Good evening. I'm Jen Wallison, and welcome to the, excuse us. I'm Jen Wallison, and welcome to the City Council's September 26th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating in City Council chambers. Please note that public comment speaker time may be limited. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present. Vice Mayor Cecilia Taylor, and City Council members Drew Combs, Maria Dorr, and Betsy Nash. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how this meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. And again, echoing a welcome to our September 26th special and regular City Council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, after the mayor calls for public comment on that item, we ask that you engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. That concludes my instructions at this time. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. We will begin with our report out from closed session. I would like to introduce our City Attorney, Neera Doherty, for a report out from our September 12th sessions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There is no reportable action.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. D, agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from city council members under city council member reports. If there is support from the city council, I would like to reorder the agenda, taking the closed session items now at 5 p.m. and endeavoring to reconvene the regular session at 6 p.m. and reconvening closed session after the regular meeting to complete any unfinished business. So there may not be a report out at 6 p.m., but at the October 10th City Council meeting. Okay, I'm seeing nods. So great. We're going to go ahead and reorder as mentioned. So do any other city council members wish to pull or modify an agenda item? Okay, not seeing any. So then we will be starting with our closed session, which is P. City Clerk Herron, can you please call for public comment on closed session items P1 and P2?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our closed session items, P1 for anticipated litigation, or P2 closed session for labor negotiation. If you're participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. Final call for public comment on our closed session items P1 and P2. Seeing no hands or cards. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. So at this time, as mentioned, the City Council will close for closed session and adjourn this meeting after our closed session item. Thank you.
Right, having our city council back at our in-person dais. Mayor Willison, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk Heron, and thank you everyone for your patience as we came out of closed session just now. To reintroduce myself, I am Mayor Jen Wallison, and I'm going to be right now recalling our meeting to order. This is the City Council's September 26th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating in City Council chambers. Please note that public comment speaker time may be limited this evening. I would like to reintroduce my colleagues, which are my fellow city council members, and our staff, which is present here tonight. Vice Mayor Cecilia Taylor, council members Drew Combs, Maria Dorr, and Betsy Nash are here. Staff present are our city manager, Justin Murphy, our assistant city manager, Stephen Stolte, our city attorney, Nira Doherty, and our city clerk, Judy Heron. We are now moving on to section E, which is general public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the city council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the city council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The city council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the city council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment, other than to provide general information. I will call for public comment at the appropriate time for members of the public to address the city council on any item under agenda sections, presentations and proclamations, study session, consent calendar, public hearing, regular business, informational items, city council initiated items, city council reconsideration, and closed session. City Clerk Heron, can you please call for general public comment at this time?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our public comment item E, if you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. Okay, and our first speaker will be Edward Schlesinger, followed by Dr. Warren Heyman.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Edward Schlesinger, and I'm pleased to present this statement on behalf of the San Mateo County Tobacco Education Coalition. We are excited for this opportunity to promote healthy, smoke-free communities. And the San Mateo County Tobacco Education Coalition is preparing a model ordinance for smoke-free multi-unit housing in Menlo Park. Our group has worked through policy details, and our plan is to bring the model ordinance to the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors, and after it has been adopted by the county, to submit it to you for consideration along with the recently passed tobacco retail ordinance. We thank the City Council and staff for supporting our campaign, and this work will improve the well-being of Menlo Park residents and provide a model for other cities to follow in San Mateo County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Dr. Warren Heyman, followed by Kathleen Hoelk.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Warren Heyman. I'm former principal of Bellhaven Elementary School and one of the co-founders of Athletic Business League East, better known as ABLE. I now reside in Baltimore, Maryland, so I'm 3,000 miles away. But thanks to, thanks to the media and YouTube and the Harris Advocates, I'm able to keep in touch with what is going on. I'm here to speak on behalf of the naming of the Bellhaven Community Center. I certainly am an advocate for maintaining the name, because when you maintain the name, you will adhere to a legacy that was established many years ago through sweat and tears. There's an old saying that if it's not broken, why fix it? I also have a major concern and, excuse me, and also a critical comment to make. I noted that you are to receive 3 names from the commission. My concern is I never hear but 1 name. So my concern is there a hidden agenda that there's a name that we don't have an opportunity to debate against? My second point is that if in fact it's really placating the community, there is a concern or a rumor that because the new facility will have a number of entities, so one recommendation might be, let's name one of those entities Onetta Harris. To me, that's placating the community. That reminds me when we had to sit on the back of the bus or we had to sit in the balcony when we go to a movie. I challenge the city council to do one thing. I challenge you to authorize the city manager to create a documentary on the life and legacy of Onetta Harris. And that documentary would be available at the Onetta Harris Community Center so that people will be able to relate to what she did and what she contributed to the community. I understand that you will make a decision in October. I'm scheduled to be back at Stanford University in October, and I hope it's the same, it coincides with your decision-making process. Thank you for this opportunity, and I hope you consider my remarks and response from the community as a valid a testament to the need to maintain the name. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Kathleen, followed by Vanita Croft. And this will be the final call for public comment on item E.
Hi, I'm here to talk about construction rules in the city of Menlo Park. I have lived next door to a construction site for 7.5 years. Ground was broken next to me at 1475 Woodland Avenue in April of 2016. That's 7.5 years ago. The house is no longer, any work has gone on for 2, maybe 3 weeks now. And this is common. It goes on for a week, goes on for a month, and it stops. And Menlo Park, from what I'm able to learn from Chuck Andrews at the permit department, has no final penalty or limit for the time you can take to build a home in this town. And when you get someone who is abusive to general norms of building time, then you have an indefinite situation. And the whole Willows neighborhood often asks me, what's going on next door? Because this house is never done. Well, I can tell you one of the ways this guy gets away with it. He has a 550 square foot ADU in the back. He has a big home in front. If you'd get a permit inspection every 180 days, the way I understand it, then your permit is continuing. There has to be a limit. It is not right to have any neighbor live next door to this kind of commotion, but it's not noise I'm complaining about. It's unsightliness. It's danger because there's a vacant property next to me it's now been 10 years that it's been vacant. It's 7.5 years in building. Palo Alto used to have no limits. From what I understand, they had abusive builder and they finally put limits. It has to be punitive to go on this long. And until Menlo Park, and I've talked to Drew Combs about this twice, asking for legislation, because we need to have time limits. It's not okay to go on and on and on. The sidewalk is broken. The front house, after 7.5 years, has no sheetrock, has no wiring, has no plumbing. It has a roof. And the way he's eking out is by doing little teeny pieces on the back, 550 square feet. It is not okay. And the city attorney is here. I hope to God that we can get some legislation to stop this because it is not fair. It's certainly not fair to the people of the Willows. So I'd like to see somebody do something. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Juanita Croft, followed by Kenneth. Juanita, you should have the ability to unmute your end. Okay. I'm going to move to Kenneth, and Juanita, I will return.
My name is, I'm Kenneth Harris. I represent We Are Onetta Harris. We're in favor of keeping the name Onetta Harris on that community center. We're also in favor of keeping the community alive, the legacy of Onetta Harris alive. We feel that Onetta Harris represents the spirit of the community. We also feel that Onetta Harris represents all, meets the naming criteria that allows her to be named, this park to be named after her in the first place. When they named it after Onetta in 1983, on July 17, by the unanimous proclamation, the city council voted that name to be bestowed upon Onetta Harris. We feel like this precedent should be acknowledged and should be supported forthright, and that the name Onetta Harris Community Center should remain on the recently developed park. It should stay the same. There's been innumerable people that have come forward and expressed these same sentiments. Therefore, we'd like for that name to continue, the Onetta Harris Community Center, based upon her last innumerable accomplishments in the community. Keep the name Onetta Harris Community Center alive. I would hope that the council would really sustain that name and keep that name in existence on that community center. The council named it after her for a reason, and that legacy should continue. Thank you for your time.
Returning to Juanita Croft. You should have the ability to unmute your end at this time.
Okay, can you hear me now? Hello?
We can go right ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Juanita Croft, and I am a 68-year resident of Menlo Park in the community of Belhaven. And I'm also the advisory board chair for the Belhaven Community Development Fund. And we've been approached to see if we could help with a proposal that we would like to present to the city council to help with local rental assistance for people who are below the levels of income that qualify them for subsidy. And so I wanted to bring this to the city council and let you know that I will reach out to see if we can work on this issue and come up with an alternative subsidy program. And base it on the model of the mini grant program that we've been running for about 10 years, to see if that would be an option to help some of our lowest income residents. So I did want to speak to that going forward. I think that'll be it for me in terms of this proposal. Thank you.
Seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, everyone who took the time to make those public comments this evening. We are now moving on to section F, which is our presentations and proclamations. We have 2 proclamations this evening. City Clerk Herring, do we have any public comment on our proclamation items F1 and F2?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item F1, Proclamation for Recovery Happens Month, or item F2, Proclamation for Suicide Prevention Month, participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, complete a speaker card at the back table. Return to me at the clerk's desk. Seeing no hands or cards. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you. So I will be beginning with our first proclamation, which is F1, and that is for Recovery Happens Month. National Recovery Month, which started in 1989, is a national observance held every September to promote and support new evidence-based treatment and recovery. Each September, San Mateo County joins communities across the nation in celebrating National Recovery Month. Recovery Month celebrates people who have reclaimed their lives through recovery from substance use and mental health conditions, and honors the greater community that makes recovery possible. This year's national theme, Join the Voices for Recovery, Invest in Health, Home, Purpose, and Community, highlights the ways integrated care, a strong sense of community, sense of purpose, and leadership all play a role in recovery. And here to accept this proclamation is Voices of Recovery San Mateo County Executive Director, Sharon Heath. Good evening, Sharon.
Sorry about that. Good evening. Hi, my name is Sharon Heath. I am the Executive Director at Voices of Recovery. On behalf of Voices of Recovery and the Recovery Happens Committee, I would like to thank the Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the council members of Menlo Park for joining us to proclaim September is Recovery Happens Month. National Recovery Month started in 1989 and is held every September to promote and support the nation's strong and proud recovery community. New evidence-based treatment and recovery practices, and the dedication of service providers and communities who make recovery in all its forms possible. Voices of Recovery, in collaboration with community members of Menlo Park, San Mateo County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, and the Office of Diversity and Equity, come together every year to increase public awareness surrounding substance use and mental health recovery. Together, we continue to bring awareness that people can and do recover. During the month of September, hundreds of people came together in the county of San Mateo to help reduce stigma of substance use and mental health challenges and celebrate the accomplishments of those successfully entering recovery and beginning a fulfilling life. Not only in San Mateo County, but recovery programs all over the country came together to raise awareness about recovery and share the positive stories of transformed lives. So today, I want to thank you again for your amazing proclamation in September. proclaiming that September is Recovery Happens Month. We encourage you to promote our theme. Recovery is for everyone, every person, every family, and every community. And we hope that you will continue to support us not only through the month of September, but forever, that we are in recovery and we're here to recover. So our next event is happening on September the 30th at Friendship Hall in San Mateo County, and it is a recovery dance. So come out and join us and have fun. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Heath. And let me give you the proclamation. Thank you. Our next proclamation is F2, which is Suicide Prevention Month. For 2023, San Mateo County, Star Vista, and partners are promoting the statewide theme of Share Hope Together. The act of sharing, whether that be sharing hope, stories, time, resources, or experiences, can serve as a powerful tool in suicide prevention. By sharing hope with one another and throughout our communities, we can work together through pain and connect individuals to resources in times of crisis and before. We know that the more individuals, professions, organizations, and systems work together rather than in silos to share knowledge and resources, the more we can increase the quality of care being provided, as well as the instances of help seeking and resource utilization. And here to accept this proclamation is John Butler. Good evening, Mr. Butler.
Thank you very much. I have some thoughts for you. It's never going to stop, is it? Please, God, make it go away. I know I'm a burden to all of them. I just want to disappear. Those are some of our thoughts when we want to end our lives. I came into Menlo Park on December 1st, 1988, 34 years, 9 months, and almost 27 days. And I came following those kind of thoughts. I always get emotional, I'm sorry. There's so many thoughts. One of my favorite things to do as working with San Mateo County Mental Health and the National Alliance on Mental Health Illness is to do resource tables out in the community. I was at St. Raymond's Barbecue a few weeks back, and a friend, Jessica, that I had met at an event, came and sat with me. We were talking. And she said to me, after we were ending, she said, John, being with you is healing for me. You all need to know all the resources that San Mateo County Behavioral Health Recovery Services and NAMI, National Alliance on Mental Illness, have for free for you. And that's why I'm out in the community. East Palo Alto, San Carlos, San Bruno, Menlo Park, San Mateo, everywhere I can be. And when I'm there, when I show up, I am like this. And people open their hearts and they share their own pain, and I'm there with them in their pain. I'd like to ask you to consider. The city of Milpitas for over 10 years has had a citywide suicide prevention committee. I'd like to take the lead if you consider, I think we need a Menlo Park mental health or suicide prevention committee with members of the city, possibly a city representative. Imagine you're tired and you're rubbing your eyes. Or imagine you blink in a microsecond. And when you open your eyes, this room is empty. That's suicide. You don't know when it's going to happen. People say, he was so happy. I just saw him at the party last night. And yes, he was. He'd been depressed for a long time. Friends wouldn't listen to him anymore. He was out drinking. He was isolating. He was doing whatever he could. But he was happy the night before. Why was he happy? Because he decided how to end his life and he felt at peace. And our friends, our survivors, blame themselves, maybe for the rest of their lives. But the choice is mine. The choice is, you might say it's a selfish choice, but you do not know the level of pain and understand the level of pain. So please, be open to the idea. I'm so glad to be here. I'm so appreciative of you, Mayor Mollison, Betsy, and Cecilia, and this opportunity. And I really appreciate that you're doing this proclamation again this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Butler, for gracing us with your presence and your stories. I think you embody the theme of sharing. And I think we're all moved by your words and called to be kinder and look at our neighbors a little more closely and meet them with compassion. So we appreciate you being out in the community and really sharing your story and connecting with others so that they don't feel alone. And we're truly grateful for your advocacy. And
Thanks very much.
I'm going to present you with this proclamation. It's just important that we remember at the end of the day, we're all human and we make a lot of decisions on the dais, but it's important to remember the human side of the impact of those decisions and how each one of us can make micro decisions all day long that really impact those in our community. So again, it's so important to remember that we never know what someone else is going through and that there is help out there. And just to plug, there's a number, if anyone is experiencing a mental health crisis or having suicidal thoughts, they can dial 988 and be connected with a crisis hotline. So please do seek help and recovery. Thank you for that reminder. Okay. We are now moving on to section G, which is our study session. We have two this evening, and study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the city council in the near future. City staff will provide a presentation, then I will call for public comment. After public comment, the city council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The city council will not be taking action on the items addressed in study sessions. The city council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary for when the item returns to council for action. The first study session item is G1, review and provide direction on the proposed stormwater master plan. And here to introduce this item is our senior civil engineer, Ms. Pam Lowe. Good evening, Ms. Lowe.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Willison, Vice Mayor Taylor, and City Council members. I will be presenting the study session item tonight on the Stormwater Master Plan. The city's consultant, Wood Rogers, is also here and will be presenting remotely. Before we begin, we provided updates to attachment D and E this evening to the City Council and members of the public. Most of the city's storm drain system was built between 1950 and 1965. The system consists of 46 miles of storm drain pipes, gutters, catch basins, pump stations, and other components, which represent an investment of approximately $187 million. These storm drain facilities work together to collect and discharge rainwater and runoff untreated into San Francisco Creek, Atherton Channel, and San Francisco Bay. The system can be designed to provide flood control with sufficient sized pipes. To build better resiliency, it's important to plan at the very beginning for climate change impacts. Stormwater master plans are typically completed every 10 to 15 years. The last citywide study was completed in 1990. In October 2019, the City Council approved an agreement with Wood Rogers to develop the plan. The plan was developed in order to meet level of service goals and design criteria for various types of storm drain facilities. For example, pipes and the tops of curbs should be designed to meet a 10-year storm. A 10-year storm is defined as having a 10% chance of occurring any given year. To continue the presentation, I would like to introduce Chang Su and Andrew Augustine from Wood Rogers.
Thank you, Pam, and thank you everyone for the opportunity. So we're happy to present the study that we have developed for the city. And the approach that we use is kind of develop a comprehensive, realistic, and optimized drainage master plan. And what that entails is including the steps I'm showing here, which is the inventory, which is combining, inspecting all the drainage facility in the city, collecting them and trying to understand the condition of the facility by doing inspection. So the second step is then condition assessment by popping the manhole and inspection the quality of the condition inside the facility. And with those information, we're able to develop a more optimized O&M plans that tell the city what location they should improve or rehab. And with those information, we also develop the modeling to understand the capacity of those storm drain facility, which is understanding the flood risk. And this is one of the important steps because it provides understanding a way to communicate with the community as well as a foundation for future grant application. And then after that, we develop improvement alternative, which is a way that we can look at different options to optimize the capital project. With all the information, then we rank them to make sure that the project or location with the highest risk, with the lowest cost, will be recommended for CIP project first. Next, please. So what's we developed for the city is in this facility inventory, including all the pipes, all the storm drain facility the city owns. And then supplemented that with we call it Jarfin as-built is a plans, design plans that we collected from the city to kind of further refine the facility, as well as doing the inspection inside the facility using camera and survey and populated the condition assessment into the database. And lastly is that the modeling input data in the database for the city use as well. Next, please. So how do we do the inspection? How do we prioritize them without like systematically inspect every single location? It can get really time intensive as well as really expensive. So our experience is used to kind of select the location that likely have a problem. For example, reported flooding location, reported deficient pipe incidents, and the old HCMP pipe, those are corrugated metal pipes, and location combination with the model as well as inspection to understand location likely have a really flat slope or backwater issue, as well as along the hillside at the outfall where likely have a joint separation issue. Next, please. So those inspected data were used to create this deficiency map that you can use later to recommend a rehabilitation or maintenance program for the city. This is one of the examples of them. Next, please. And then this kind of hydraulic model simulation, they show the flooding in the city with representing a 10-year simulation. So what it shows is that in the red boundary, this is the city of Menlo Park, where you can see the yellow pipes that we model simulated, coupled with the two-dimensional model, which is a floodplain. So using the design storm, which is Syndex storm, the plug-in of this model, we simulate the flooding. You can see flooding along the middle field as well as the El Camino Real. And this design storm performed actually pretty consistently with the recent historical storm in December 2022. With this accurate and calibrated model, we were able to pinpoint, identify the capacity deficiency for the city, and subsequently develop the capital projects. Next, please. So just kind of a quick map to summarize the condition of all the pipes inside the city. So the darker red one to show those pipe systems that have very little capacity. We call it 2-year deficient pipes. And then the orange pipe have up to 10-year capacity. And then the green one have more between 10 and 100-year capacity. So the pipe system that severely undersized, I recommend that for a capital project first, and then all the other adequately sized pipe system are not recommended for CIP projects. Next, please. So with those, we kind of summarize the capital cost for all those projects that we prioritize, as well as the storm frequency and the capacity CIP project for those different storms. This table shows the 2-year storm, what it takes to mitigate the 2-year flooding, both the capital cost and total cost. The total cost include all the permitting, city administration, as well as project management, and as well as the 10-year CIP cost, which is up to about $55 million to mitigate all the 10-year flooding. Next, please. So what those can tell us is to implement those projects, the total CIP cost, for example, for $39 million. Typically, the city engineering staff will need to manage to implement those projects. With those analysis, we developed the engineering staffing analysis, which require about 2 additional full-time engineering staff to implement the project, to apply for grant application, to administer the construction of the whole projects and master plan. For the O&M staff, we recommend about another half full-time person to implement all the recommendations that we provided in the O&M plans that Roger provided. Next, I think that should be it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Tonight, staff is seeking feedback from the city council on the plan. Next month, staff tentatively plans to return to city council for acceptance of the plan. Next spring, staff anticipates seeking city council approval for a consultant agreement to develop the storm system funding study, with completion of that study next fall. The timeline for implementation of the stormwater master plan improvements will be dependent on funding. Thank you. That is the end of our presentation. We are happy to answer any questions the city council may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lowe, and for that presentation. City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item G1, review and provide direction on the proposed stormwater master plan, if you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table, return to me at the clerk's desk. Participating virtually, you can engage that hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. This will be the last call for public comment on item G1. And our speaker will be Pam Jones.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Willison, Vice Mayor Taylor, Council members Combs, Nash, and Dorr. I live, Pam Jones, and I live in the Bellhaven neighborhood of Menlo Park. And so I'm really grateful to see this item on the agenda and moving forward, because during this last rain, we had several areas where you could smell sewage and it was very strong. I did not go in and inspect those, so I don't know the extent of any overflow of actual sewage. And people that mentioned it to me really didn't know who to call. And then some that did not get a response. It was very confusing for them. So my suggestion would be is at some point is to involve the residents so that we have a better understanding of what our responsibility is to keep the drains clean, for example, make sure we don't throw anything down there when it rains, that if there's leaves flowing down there, that it, that we need to take care of it, not wait for somebody to do it. The more information, the more we educate people on how things work, the better that we are able to do the work that needs to be done on our part. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. I did forget something, and that is a reporting mechanism. So keeping the data on how many people report overflows would be really great, and then report to the city, once or twice a year. Thank you.
Seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Jones, for your helpful comment. You always make excellent comments. Actually, I want to follow up on Ms. Jones's point about adopted drain. I know during the last storm, a lot of communities were implementing kind of a resident initiative. Is that something that our city has contemplated, or do we have that? Or I know that it's not the same as $60 million of pipe replacement and infrastructure repair, but it might be helpful kind of in the meantime, thoughts about that.
Hi, Mayor and City Council members. That is something we're contemplating working more closely with volunteers as the next storm season approaches. So all ideas are on the table right now.
Thank you. I did hear from residents during our last series of storms that is something that they're seeing other communities do, that it seems like a low cost but highly efficacious program. So since this is a study session, it sounds like a no-brainer. I'm going to allow my colleagues now. Wait, are we done with public comment, City Clerk Karen? Yes, we are. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues for their comments and questions. City Council Member Dorr.
Yes, thank you. Really excited to see this report. And I can't believe that 1990 was the last time this was done. So I want to commend the work and the thoughtfulness that the team is bringing to want to be proactive about how we're managing our stormwater moving forward. So my first question and area of curiosity is around the modeling that was used to create this draft plan. Because as we know, the crazy atmospheric rivers that we saw last year happened in large part because of changes to our climate. And these changes are going to continue worsening and changing in the coming years. And so I would like better clarification. I had a chance to look at the 600+ page actual plan, but curious if Mr. Su, if you could go a little bit more in detail about the climatic modeling that was used as a basis for this plan, not just looking at previous storms, but what other modeling was used. Thank you.
So the modeling software is 1D, 2D, what in the two terms, one-dimensional and two-dimensional modeling software. So it's developed by Wallingford, what used to be Wallingford Innovyze. You call it ICM model. And we integrate the
Excuse me, sir,
model.
can you please, sorry, sir, can you please speak up a little louder?
Okay, sorry. So the model we use are InfoWorks ICM. So, and that model include the Valley Water model for the San Francisco Creek watershed, as well as the channel itself. So represent the tailwater for the entire system, for all the storm drain pipe that draining into it. And it also include all the pipe storm drain system, I think the 15 inches or larger, that drain towards the San Francisco Creek, as well as to Acton Channel and to the two large pump station. So the model reflect both the pipe routing, which is routing the catchment runoff from the design storm to the pipe and then to the pump station, as well. If any capacity, the flow and in excess of the capacity, it will overspill and drain into that 2D floodplain that you saw in that simulation, the video simulation. Hope I answer your question.
Not exactly. So I'm curious about not the systems and, on the map, that makes sense that you guys were using all those pipes, but how are you modeling the amounts and intensity of water that might be entering the system, not just from the creek, but also from extreme rain events like we saw last year?
Okay. So the historical event that we saw last year, we kind of match it, we call it design storm. So design storm is a statistically developed intensity to represent all the higher peak intensity of the historical storm that can likely happen. So with those design storm, we reflect the flow that come into the storm drain system.
So with that design storm, what kind of climatic models were used to understand how rain might be increasing over the years in the coming 20, 30 years, for example?
Right. So this is sort of a basis for the future climate change model, but it doesn't include the future increase of precipitation.
Did you say it does not include future potential increases?
Correct.
It does not.
That's not.
Okay.
So just building off on Councilmember Dorr's question, what would it look like if it did? Would we be looking at the same locations? Would we be looking at bigger pipes? Would we be having more locations? Are we doing the right study given the climate's increasing changes?
All right. I understand your concern. And typically for future climate change model, there's a wide range of model out there. And they range from 15% of a precipitation increase all the way to around 25 to 30% of increase. However, those ranges are really uncertain because the climate change is still a big unknown subject. there's a lot of guidance out there to give you a wide range of precipitation increase. So oftentimes we kind of err on the more practical way. What that means is when we identify the deficiency under the existing condition, when we recommend the capital project, when we implement the capital project, we will look into the future climate condition just to make sure that anything project proposed will include additional capacity for future climate change. But we're not like developing, identify all the potential deficiency and develop all the project for an unknown future climate change model.
I'd like to call on our Deputy City Manager, Ms. Nagaya, who I see jumped into the chair here to address where she knows we're all headed with this line of questioning. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and council members. So I think as Mr. Su described, the detailed kind of stormwater model of our hydraulic system takes the input of a particular storm and then models how our system responds. But I think the question that you all are asking is how do you change that input of the design storm in order to better predict the impacts of climate change? And so I think what the output of our modeling shows is that the system does not currently handle a 2-year storm or a 10-year storm today. I think what we're expecting with climate change is that those frequency of events happen more regularly. So when we say a 2-year storm or a 10-year storm, that doesn't necessarily mean it happens once every 2 years or once every 10 years. There's for a 10-year storm, there's a 10% chance in any given year that that level of rain event would occur. And what we're seeing is that those frequencies are happening more often now. So there's a lot of research being done across the country with regional partners about what those design storm characteristics, how they should change in the future. But I think for purposes of what we've modeled here, we've really identified that they're happening more frequently, but we know that the science is continuing to evolve and what that design storm modeling is going to look like in the future. And even in the time that has lapsed since we started this work with Wood Rogers in 2019 till now, I think that science has evolved pretty significantly. So where they started in 2019 with our scope of work, I think the state of that model prediction capability is different now today.
I guess, have you considered doing any like scenario analysis? So assuming that like a 30-year storm, a 100-year storm, like would that yield the same locations, the same prioritization, that kind of study?
Yes, but I think there are some regional partners across San Mateo County, including One Shoreline, where they've provided some model guidance for ways we may want to change our ordinances to better respond to climate change. And there's been some talk at some countywide committees at the technical level about doing some of that research, because it's broader than just Menlo Park. It really affects a lot of our neighbors as well. And so I think in this context, what I think the master plan has showed us is that we have deficiencies. We know where they are, whether the frequency of events increases or not. We still have those deficiencies on Middlefield, on El Camino, and in a number of places that were identified in the plan. And so we can do that scenario work as we go forward. But the fundamental kind of issue we've identified is that deficiency.
I think it's the frequency, but also the intensity.
Yes.
And so is the intensity, also, would that change the results of the analysis if the intensity was more reflective of kind of some of the worst case scenarios?
So the short answer is yes. I don't think that we would see tremendous differences in the locations of flooding, but the depth of the flooding would certainly increase. Whether that's, I think the best way to think about it would be if we're normally planning for a 10-year storm, a 100-year storm, what we've seen over last New Year's Eve, certain communities on the peninsula saw 300 and 500 year events that day. And so it's that level of intensity, but that's a level even above and beyond what we would typically model and be able to capture with our stormwater system.
Thank you so much for this additional context and answering the questions. I think one of my concerns, and what I hear on the dais, is a concern that what if what we're building is already outdated for what we need to prepare for? And so what we're saying is the 100-year storm is actually the 20-year storm. And so these things might be a lot more likely to happen. And what I'm especially concerned of here is thinking about the different costs for the 2-year design storm versus the 10-year, 100-year, is that I wonder if there are places in which the costs are not just additive. So you say, okay, we'll do what we need to do for a 2-year, and then if we need to do more, we can add on this extra part. I'm wondering, do we need to replace the whole pipe for a 10-year storm? And so will the different risks we're willing to take require different measures that are different costs? Because I would hate for us to say, okay, let's fix the 2-year problems, and then they're actually very insufficient for the challenges that we have, and they need completely different interventions moving forward.
Yeah, and that is an excellent point. I think the fundamental, I think, issue that we have is that there's no funding to support even the 2-year set of improvements that we've identified. And so I think as a next step, being able to pursue the funding study, look at potential funding mechanisms, and then we can work backwards into how to actually implement the different measures. There are some short-term things that were identified in terms of operations and maintenance, as well as some capital improvements to address those smaller events. But as we start to look at different funding scenarios as we go forward, I think that's the place where we can do some of that scenario analysis planning and understand the level of investment that we want to put forward, and then what that gives us in terms of return. But there was a graphic on one of the slides Ms. Lowe showed earlier, and was in the staff report as part of the packet tonight, that shows the level of service. And so one thing that I think is important to note, with a 10-year event, we're really planning for the streets to be part of the stormwater conveyance system. And so even at that level of storm intensity and frequency, there is flooding. We're working to prevent impacts to property, but there are places where the roads will be impassable, that there's just too much water coming too fast. And so I don't want to leave you with the impression that even if we were to implement all of these capital projects, there still will be water coming in that we're needing to respond to.
Just following up, I thought I heard the consultant say something about when the CIP, so we're looking at funding the total amount, but these will be different CIP projects. They'll be like chunked up, I'm guessing. So there might be like a Middlefield project and an El Camino project. And when those projects are being developed, then we can kind of look at that segment and decide the scenario analysis, or decide if we need a bigger pipe, or if we're going for the 210 or 100. Like, can you explain what that process would look like?
Sure. So I think overall, what we would do in a scenario where, say we're not pursuing this additional kind of funding study as a next step, we would take the recommendations in the master plan, once the council's accepted the plan, and move that forward into our capital planning process. So we would take the highest priority projects and work to advance those as funding allows over the implementation timeline of the plan's life. In this case, because we need to take the extra step of doing that funding analysis, there's going to be, I think, some additional, I'll say, like cost benefit work that we can potentially do as part of that funding study, to be able to understand some of the questions that you raised around, do we pursue the 2-year storm improvements? Do we jump straight to 10 years? Do we need to look larger than that? But since all of this is so constrained by funding, I think we want to have a better picture of what the funding mechanisms could be, whether they're grants, whether they're changes to our current stormwater fee it's assessed on a parcel basis, that there are a multitude of ways we could potentially look for funding. And I think the magnitude of how much funding is out there will help inform whether we want to take some of those shorter term steps first or jump straight to a longer term scenario.
Thank you. And I'm going to be the broken record on saying that this is maybe why I'm extra excited for us to explore seeing that if the bipartisan infrastructure law has funding that we could use to support, all these fantastic climate resilience and adaptation programs that the state and federal government are doing. So seeing if we can grab any of that money to support our community. And a follow-up question that's building off of Ms. Jones' comment, the flood that happened last January with West Bay Sanitary, could you help us provide clarity for the public too about how that relates to our storm drain system and how this plan might help address if those, breaks happen? Thank you.
Great. So while I'm here, I'll just keep going. So I think the sanitary sewer system and the storm system that handles runoff from rain events are two separate systems. So I think in certain communities, you may hear of places where they have combined systems where the sewer and storm systems are together. And then in those cases, the rain events can also influence whether or not their sanitary sewer overflows. In our case, they're separate systems. What happened on New Year's Eve, as we understand it, from West Bay Sanitary District that oversees the sewer system throughout most of Menlo Park, as well as areas of our adjacent communities, is that the rain event came so hard and so quickly that one of the pump stations out near Haven Avenue at the intersection of Marsh Road got backed up. And then that overflow spilled out onto Ivy Drive near Carlton Avenue. And so if you ever are in a case, to answer Ms. Jones' question, where you suspect sanitary sewer overflow, West Bay Sanitary District is the place to call. They're usually super responsive. They came out as quickly as possible. But when you see water, a lot of times we call the city. And so we'll coordinate as closely as we can in those emergency events to then close the roads, provide assistance. But West Bay usually will handle the cleanup of the sanitary system.
Thank you. And I'm curious if has been ongoing conversation with West Bay Sanitary with our stormwater plan to make sure that there's coordination if hopefully things like that don't happen again. Thank you.
Other comments, questions, direction? Councilmember Nash?
Thank you. And first of all, thank you for the excellent report. I was really captivated by it and how important it is for the community. Really appreciate that. I guess as we're going to look at the master plan and approve that, I'm still, as the questions have been from the dais, unclear whether it will be sufficient. It's one thing if we have increased frequency of events, but also making sure that the capacity is there. And so definitely would like your professional input as we're asked to approve that plan, whether or not this is sufficient, realizing that all of it needs funding, but at least let's know what's a good target. My other comment would be, there's two other places that had severe flooding and that I'd like added to the list somewhere. And one is at Cambridge and El Camino Real. And there was significant flooding there above people's knees and went into stores which were empty at the time, still are empty. But there was significant flooding there. There's also significant flooding on Middle Avenue between Morey and Kenwood. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Do you know of any communities? I know you had a list of this sort of ballot measures historically. Do you know of any communities that are doing sort of 100-year plans or 10-year plans, or is most of what you know something more modest? What it seems as though the staff is gravitating towards in this situation?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in terms of the design storm, kind of the design level of service of the system, a 5 to 10 year event is the typical threshold. I think what we were hearing in the council discussion tonight is a desire to revisit the intensity of that design storm for those years, which is an ongoing thing I think all the cities in the county are currently pursuing through some of the coordination efforts that we have in some of the technical committees. But in terms of planning for a 100-year storm, there may be elements to the system that respond to those events, but the entire system as a whole is not typically designed to that level. So like as an example, the Chrysler pump station, which is currently under construction, is now being designed to a much higher event. I think it is the 100-year storm event. But the pipes in the ground and in other locations won't necessarily be able to handle a 100-year design storm. So there are elements of the system that are designed to a higher service level, but not the entirety of it.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. And just to go back to what Councilmember Nash asked to be put on the list. So just wanted to confirm that those streets were not on the list.
So El Camino in Cambridge is a location where there is a proposed capital project as a result of the master plan work that was done. It's called El Camino Real Alto. It's one of the 5 kind of major projects identified in the plan. That is the flooding that occurs there is a result of essentially where the water eventually ends up is San Francisco Creek at the El Camino Real crossing. And when the creek level rises above where our pipe connects to the creek, the water in the pipe can't flow out to the creek any longer. And then that backs up towards Cambridge and eventually spills out onto the street as you saw through the winter. So that's kind of one proposal. There's a project in the plan that will directly address that. There's also some planned improvements with one of the development projects nearby that will make some minor modifications that will help, but won't ultimately kind of solve the problem in the meantime.
Thank you. And then with the many other planned development projects, how is the storm water drain being managed with those projects?
So as we review development projects, there are a host of regional and statewide stormwater regulations that all the projects need to meet. This is an example. They typically can't increase what's called the impervious area, which makes water runoff move faster and get to the storm drain system more quickly. So there are usually requirements for building either on-site retention basins or strategies to keep the water on site so that it minimizes the impact to the adjacent system. And so all the development projects need to meet all of those regulations as they go through our review process. And that's one reason why the engineering reviews can be complex and take significant time as we work through the process with each project.
And then one more question, just to confirm. So currently we do not have a stormwater impact fee.
We have a stormwater management fee, which is not exactly an impact fee, which has a separate set of kind of regulations in order to determine how you impose it and the annual reporting requirements. But there is a stormwater fee that is assessed at a parcel level across the city.
And I have a follow-up question. And just with the storms that happened earlier this year, was there more flooding or less flooding in areas that have more development projects, completed projects?
That is a good question. In terms of the hot spots that we typically see that are shown on some of the maps in the master plan, I don't think there's a direct correlation to the amount of development per se. It's more a matter of the capacity of the storm drain system, that was installed when the areas were built. And in some cases, the grading of the street where you might get some nuisance flooding, like on the corner, where the water doesn't flow in a way that it gets it to the nearest inlet or the nearest pipe. But I don't think, and we can verify this for when we come back, that there's a direct correlation between development projects and any sort of flooding impacts that we saw this winter.
Thank you.
I have a question about bioswales. I don't know if I'm saying it right. What was it? Swales, those marshy things, because I know one of our other objectives is safe streets, and we're looking at, different infrastructure improvements of bulb outs and different things like that. How does the implementation of those devices marry with the stormwater management, and is the master plan considering the usage of those, and how much do those actually mitigate flooding?
Yeah, good question. So we go back to one of the other locations that Councilmember Nash mentioned earlier with the intersections of Middle Avenue and Maury and Kenwood. So I think as an example, what happens there is that water pools after rain events, and that's a location where the grading is such that the water pools at the kind of corners of those intersections. It doesn't have a place to go. There's no underground system with pipes to channel the water to, so it kind of sits there until it can evaporate over time. So that's a location where I think something like some minor regrading and green infrastructure may be the best ticket to solve that type of problem. We also, in addition to this plan, in 2018, we adopted a green infrastructure plan, and that guides the highest priority locations for green infrastructure. One of the first places that we installed green infrastructure improvements was on Choco Street between the Dumbarton Railroad tracks and Bayfront Expressway. So there's essentially a large bioswale along Choco, along the tracks there. And then the other, through a grant, we installed some green infrastructure along Oak Grove Avenue near Nativity School and Church a couple years after the plan was identified.
So does this stormwater master plan fit with the green infrastructure plan? Are they talking to each other?
Yes, and there's text in this plan that references that one, and then the implementation will be coordinated as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I was as diligent as Councilmember Dorr in reading the 600-page master plan, but I appreciate you telling me that. Are there any other, so actually Ms. Nagaya or Ms. Lowe, what feedback are you seeking? Have we answered questions sufficiently? Is there any additional information or guidance you want from us?
Yeah, I think mostly this is not a topic that you get the privilege of hearing about that often. And so we mostly wanted to provide the information tonight as a way to provide an opportunity and a forum for discussion, answer any questions. So unless you have clarifying questions or direction on things you'd like to see changed, then we will work to bring the plan back for acceptance and then get going on the funding study as next steps.
Thank you. I think the storms we had over New Year's and early this year really drove home the point of your work might not always get appreciated, Ms. Lowe and Ms. Warner, but I think we are all seeing it in a new light, and it's really critical to the ability of our community to thrive. So thank you for your efforts. We look forward to seeing the funding study, because we know this has a huge price tag, and of course we want it bigger and better, and it's all going to cost more and more. So we know we'll see more of you, and thank you for all your work on this to keep our community safe. Thank you. Okay. And with that, I think we are now going to move on to our second study session of the evening. Our next study session item is G2, which is to provide direction on a proposal to install Flock fixed automated license plate readers with gunshot detection capabilities citywide. And here to introduce this item is our Police Chief, Dave Norris. Good evening, Chief Norris.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to have a conversation about this topic. And I know that this is something that we've been talking about for quite some time. And I'm pleased to be back to formally bring us into a conversation about automated license plate reader technology and the next what is the next generation of that. So I wanted to, before I get started with the presentation, just to kind of recount a brief story, if you'll indulge me for just a minute. So last Friday, the 22nd of September was the 63rd anniversary of the murder of Jack Lyle, who was our only officer killed in the line of duty. And that brought up for me a story that is related to license plate reader technology that has to do with another officer who was killed in the line of duty. And that person was Sergeant Gordon Joinville from the San Mateo Police Department, who was killed on May 23rd, 1968. And why that's important was he was killed during an investigation that he was conducting, and there was some chaotic things that were happening in San Mateo at the time. And so he was not able to get information out on the radio, and his body was found by a member of the public. Once the department responded and found Sergeant Joinville, underneath his body was a notebook, and it was his detective's notebook. And in that notebook, it said green Carmen Ghia, and it had the license plate number of the green Carmen Ghia that was the suspect's vehicle. And the reason that I bring up this story is that is all the data that automated license plate readers collect. And it still remains all the data that license plate readers collect. And it is no different than it's been collected by a good detective or a good police officer for many, many decades, just much faster in greater volume. And now obviously with security measures and other things attached that we'll talk about tonight. But I want to leave that with you as an example of that is a small bit of information that is crucial to law enforcement investigations, to police investigations, and that's what we're talking about. So let's go with the next slide. So here's an overview of our objectives and recommendations for tonight. We're looking to bring this forward, understand and address any questions that you all as the council and that our public has. We are looking for some direction as to whether to proceed with preparation for deployment of this automated license plate reader and gunshot detection technology. We're looking for major themes and issues that are developed by you all as well as the public for us to review and modify our municipal code and department policy kind of in conjunction with any changes that we're making to our current technology. And then to hopefully direct us to return with a proposed agreement, budget amendment request, and a modified municipal ordinance for approval, as well as a draft policy for your review. Next slide. So just a little bit on the history and background. We've had license plate readers and that technology in play since 2013, 2014. So for about 10 years. We have 3 police cars that are currently deployed with license plate reader technology that we refreshed back in 2021. And we came before council and provided a similar kind of overview of ALPR technology at that time. We also have a data retention policy that is managed by city ordinance. So that's managed by you all and your decision to make it 6 months retention currently by municipal ordinance. And that is related to our current license plate reader technology. So, we also want to make sure that you all know that in 2022, just a couple of years ago, or a little over a year ago, we signed a memorandum of understanding with Flock to share information with them. In other words, other agencies that collect this information are willing to share that for our investigative purposes. And so we do have an existing agreement so that we can have access to their data as well as to their alerts. And so as you all know, Atherton has a number of cameras deployed, as do some other adjacent locations. And so this gives our officers a little bit of situational awareness if there are alerts that are happening in the agency next door, especially considering how close Atherton is and how intertwined those jurisdictional borders are. And so it's important that you know that we already have something in existence that obviously we would be looking to revise if we were to be moving forward with this technology. So next slide, please. So just very quickly, automated license plate readers can be mobile, mounted to vehicles, or they can be fixed in one location. They use high resolution video to identify vehicle characteristics. So the cameras themselves are video cameras, but they take high resolution digital snapshots. And they provide license plate date time location, which is what we've always had going with our mobile license plate readers. And then the latest technology can also provide vehicle color, make, and if there's maybe a distinguishing characteristic about that vehicle that sets it apart. Especially, we know that sometimes people will either cover the license plate or do what we call cold plating, place another license plate on that vehicle, or take the plates off entirely. And so this adds us an extra element to search for. Next slide, please. So quick overview of how the data itself works. So this license plate information comes in through the camera system. It becomes data, and then that data becomes ours. That's exclusively controlled by Menlo Park PD. So once it comes through, I know there are a lot of questions about who has access to that and who does have the ability to understand and manipulate that. That is ours to choose and direct once that data becomes ours and comes through the camera system. That data is nearly immediately checked against a hot list. And that's a hot list that's published in exactly the same way that our officers, if they're on the street and in contact with a person, or they're out on a traffic stop and they make an inquiry about a license plate, it is the exact same system that provides back a return of that vehicle is stolen, or that vehicle is related to a specific crime and a Department of Justice stop has been issued, or there is an Amber Alert or some other type of missing persons alert attached to that vehicle. Those are the only systems that come back for that immediate hot list hit. Next slide. So the stored data that currently come through our mobile license plate readers is stored at the Northern California Regional Intelligence Center. We call that NCRIC, and that's the acronym that you see up there. That information is accessible only with an officer ID, a case or incident number, and a valid reason, and that is for any agency making an inquiry into that system at any time. I'm probably going to repeat that several times in this presentation because it's really important, I think, for the public as well as the council to understand that there are strict requirements as to how we access information from that system. That data, again, is purged by Menlo Park City Ordinance after 6 months. The vast majority of agencies go with the government code recommendation, which is 1 year of retention. Menlo Park for the last 10 years has been more restrictive, and I understand that that's something that we are somewhat used to at this point, but it is different than what most other agencies do. Although that is also changing, and we can talk about that a little bit later on in the presentation. I do have a couple of asterisks and notes up there. So because we're talking about flock technology, ultimately, it's important to know that flock's retention is around 30 days. That's typically what they do for their cloud system. And we can talk about that a little bit more later on. And so I wanted to make sure that you all were aware of that. Next slide, please. So the data that goes into NCRIC, it essentially becomes shareable to other agencies that are part of that organization's information sharing network. And so again, with subject to strict auditing and with access only by specific requester ID, plus that need to know and right to know specifics about the case and the investigation. That's the only way that our officers can access that information and get investigative information back from NCRIC. NCRIC does not share information for the sole purpose of immigration enforcement, and I wanted to make sure that that's important to note here. And then also that's part of our policy, and that California Values Act is part of how policing operates now. And so we would not be looking to change that in any way, no matter what system we're using. So next slide, please. So Flock, how does Flock differ from this other technology? So Flock's designed also to share data with other agencies, both within the Bay Area and beyond. Also subject to strict auditing, also with that same requirement of officer ID, as well as a need to know and a right to know. In that sharing with Flock, and this is really important, is it requires agencies to mutually agree to share data. So there has to be somewhat of a handshake between agencies saying we agree to share our data with you, you agree to share our data, your data with us, and that agreement has to be in place. And that is part of that is an agreement through Flock, but part of that is also an agreement that's part of our policy. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. And then Flock, as a third-party vendor, this is a private vendor that is facilitating this information for us that we own. They never share or sell their data. It belongs to us. And I think it's important to emphasize that once again. So next slide, please. So this is the $1 million question, right? Or at least the $250,000 question. Why Flock? So Flock has more economical and efficient equipment, fixed license plate readers. There's a reason why we say they're much more objective and unbiased compared to standard license plate readers that are mounted on patrol cars. And the simple reason for that is if you place a fixed license plate reader in one location, it does not discriminate who's coming down the road. It collects all of that information, as opposed to if we place a mobile ALPR like we have currently on a patrol car, that depends on what beat that officer is working and what hours they're working in the day, and whether that car is, is crashed and it's at the corporation yard, or whether it's on the street being used by our officers, or whether the officers like that car because it's comfortable or not comfortable, and lots of other different variables. With fixed license plate readers, there are no variables. And we'll talk about the massive amount of data that come from, putting something in a fixed location, and how that relates to this entire topic later on in this discussion. And actually, I'm going to get to it in just a minute. But there is law enforcement information sharing that happens with Flock. We just talked about that a minute ago. Why it's important here on the peninsula. This Flock is pretty ubiquitous on the peninsula right now, and most of the agencies in San Mateo County, and also we can count our partners on the other side of the Santa Clara border in Palo Alto and in Los Altos in that mix. Just about every place from Daly City down to Palo Alto either has Flock authorized and planned or in place already, and so it provides us with a very protective network. And I know that some may consider that to be a little bit of a scary network as well. And so we're gonna address that as well tonight. So there's a tremendous amount of this information that comes in through this license plate reader system. Thousands and thousands of plate reads that occur. And it's really important that our public understands and that you all understand there are only two circumstances under which we receive any of that information. And that is if it's a hot list hit, which means that it's related to a crime or a missing person, and it bounces directly back in an alert to our officer as soon as that plate is read, or our officers have an investigation and they are putting their name and their case or incident number and the reason for their search into the system to look for a license plate location that's related to their crime that they're investigating. Those are the only two circumstances. And so, yes, there is a tremendous amount of data that is left over from that. And so you can see in my kind of sidebar box there, the data that we get from NCRIC is that, hot lists alert on, say, 1 to 2 license plates out of every 1,000. That's 1 to 0.2% of all license plates read. We also know that investigative searches, and I looked at several agencies to see what their proportion was of investigative searches to total plates read for every, say 30-day period or so. That's about 0.1% as well. And I think as low as half of that. And so it's very conservative to say that 99.5% of the information that we're collecting simply goes to a secure place where it is securely and privately held and never accessed until it's deleted. And that's, I think, an important impression to make for our public. That information is securely held, nobody's accessing it, and it gets deleted. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So we've talked a little bit about this, but a lot of questions come about, where we are strategically placing our cameras. They can be placed based on traffic patterns, ingress, egress from our community. And also there's some input from both the police department side in terms of, anything that might be specific to crime patterns, but also from the Flock side in terms of other cameras that are deployed up and down the peninsula and how those might figure into that network. They serve as a strong deterrent. Many of you, if you drive into town, will see signs from Atherton PD because they're, like I said, their border is so entangled with us. You'll see something that says, like this photo that I added in there shows, warning license plates monitored by camera. That's actually Atherton's sign as you come up Marsh and make that turn if you're going into Menlo Park or you're going into North Fair Oaks. And so that is a deterrent, and the criminal element does talk about this stuff as areas that they should be avoiding. And it's an incredibly useful tool for investigations. And they're an enormous time-saving element for our investigators. So, there can be exhaustive searches that are being done in the response to a crime investigation. This shortens that time significantly, especially when we have good identifying information that's coming from witnesses or victims about these crimes that are being committed. Again, this is very objective collection of data, and let's move on to the next slide. Okay, so while it's hugely present on the San Mateo Peninsula, it does maintain some objectivity, and we've talked about that a little bit, and I won't go too deep onto what we've talked about already, but end-to-end encrypted, stored securely, and owned by the agency and not by the third party in Flock, never sold or shared by Flock, fully auditable and accountable for the searches that are occurring by our investigators, and that the retention period within Flock server is purposely short. And in my conversations with a few of you this week, it's come up that Flock has reinforced that their ethics guide that they have a purposely short retention schedule. And so I think that's something we should also talk about. And with Flock, you also get this public transparency portal. I'm going to talk about that in just a second. That provides you with nearly real-time data of what's happening over the last 30 days with collection of license plate reader data through Flock. But here's what Flock is not. It is not facial recognition. It is not predictive policing. It is not connected to DMV or Carfax or any of those elements that have additional personal identifying information about people who are attached to the license plates. The only time there is a person attached to a license plate in the Flock system is if it is some type of crime stop that's already been entered with a very scrutinous process through a police officer entering into the stolen vehicle system as what we call a DOJ stop. In other words, there's a crime, there's a suspect, and there's a vehicle attached to that. This is a dangerous car, and that's a notification. It does not hold personal identifying information of any kind. And to be clear, that alert is related to a state database system. It is not related to Flock's database and what Flock holds. So when that alert comes, that comes from the same databases that we use as police officers on the street. Okay, next slide. So this one might be a little bit difficult for maybe some of you to see, but I wanted to give you a picture of, what this transparency portal looks like. And I think there was some information that came through earlier in the week, wondering what exactly was included in this information. And as you can see, it's a good explanation of kind of what this ALPR technology is, what this ALPR technology is not. It also provides data in terms of the number of license plates that are read over that last period. And you'll notice that Piedmont actually has 60 days instead of 30 days. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But during that period of time, this number of license plates were read. This is how many hot list hits occurred. This is how many investigative searches were done by officers. And you can see those numbers are kind of within that same constraint that I gave you of like 1 to 2 hits per 1,000 plates read for the hot list, as well as, well within the constraints of the number of investigative searches for the total number of plates that are hit in any given month. And in addition to that, you can see that there's a box and there are a number of agencies that are listed in the box. And this is also a part of our transparency commitment, which is everyone that we have that electronic handshake with, agencies that we might be sharing our data with, those are publicly displayed. So everyone knows who we're sharing with and who is not on that list. And we're very clear about that. And we want to make sure that if this technology is implemented, that we have a transparency portal, either like this or better. And there are some agencies that have, really tricked out web pages that might take us a lot more work to do, that have even more information. But at the very least, this is fairly automated through Flock. And so that would just be flipping a switch and saying, hey, give us the transparency portal, and that would happen. Let's go to the next slide. So I just went over this, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. But I do want to make sure that that I give you a little bit of a picture of this is our sharing list currently. So the list that where we share with other agencies, this is our current sharing list. Obviously, we're not collecting data, so they don't have access to any data from us, but this is a database that our detectives and our officers and our investigators will use to with specific officer ID, again, the type of crime and the case number or incident number. If they're conducting searches for an investigative reason, that's where they access from. And I wanted to make sure that I read some of this to you. So this first one says requires agreement between agencies, which includes a commitment for each agency to treat any information received, quote, with the same degree of care normally used to protect its own. And that comes from the Flock sharing agreement itself. And this is, also governed, our sharing is governed by sharing guidelines laid out already in our policy and in our municipal ordinance. And so we would be looking to obviously update those two documents to accommodate the different technology that is Flock. But we already cover, how we share and how we access data as part of our policy and our city ordinance. And then it mandates the already described strict requirements and accountability for access. I think I repeated that 1 million times, and I might have repeated several more. But I wanted to read you this as well. So this comes from our city ordinance, and it says, ALPR shall not be used to invade the privacy of individuals, to look into private areas or areas where the reasonable expectation of privacy exists, nor shall they be used to harass, intimidate, or discriminate against any individual or group, nor for any purpose not specifically authorized by this chapter. And so I just want you to know that what you all as the city council have put into place also provides good policy and constraints on how we use this technology. Next slide. All right, so I'm going to ask you to forgive me. I literally drew you a picture. This is my 10th grade scroll. I'm not going to go too much over this. I'm using this as kind of, we can go back to this because I think it will help us to answer any questions that will come from you all as we get into discussion. But I wanted to put all of the information that I just gave you kind of in one place. And so we can go back to this document to refer to if we need to refer to anything as we look comprehensively and ask questions about this technology. So Judy, I'm going to have you go to the next slide. And I want to talk a little bit about success stories. I put this in the presentation, and obviously, you know, people can look at this and get their own picture from it. But I want you to know that this is hyper local examples of how we use this technology and how this information sharing helps us to solve crimes. So there are a few examples from 2021. I will specifically point out the homicide suspect that was caught related to flock ALPRs in San Mateo. And the reason that I bring that up is that at the time I was the captain over that investigations division. And so I am not personally responsible for the excellent work of the detectives in that case, but I am very well versed in what occurred. So this was a hit that occurred in a parking lot near Hillsdale Shopping Center. It was done by a person who was from Southern California. Had we not had flock technology, we would never have solved that case. That vehicle hit on a license plate reader as it got to the freeway, and 5 hours later, it was in LA. And had we not had some collaboration with privately owned ALPRs that provide information in a one-way portal to law enforcement, we would not have been able to get verification that that suspect vehicle drove into a parking lot at LAX airport where it was stashed for a significant period of time. And from those bits of information, the department was able to backtrack and identify the suspect in this crime. It was a pretty incredible investigation, but it required information sharing between agencies, and it required the accuracy of the license plate reader system to give us what was an out-of-state plate that, you know, fled by at a pretty high rate of speed. And so there are other investigations that we've done that are also pertinent to this. Back in 2021, we ended up with a bunch of stolen property and burglary tools on related to an alert from the flock system. We also had a missing person located near this area that we sometimes we have folks that are elderly walkaways, right? And sometimes we actually have folks that are elderly driveaways. And this was one of those very dangerous situation because, you know, clearly this person doesn't know where they're going, but they think they're going somewhere in particular. And it was really dangerous. So having Flock to be able to kind of lock us into where that individual was crucial in that investigation. There was a case where Flock was used to identify a suspect vehicle involved in a theft. The vehicle was located in another jurisdiction in Redwood City. Multiple theft items were located. Flock system is used to identify this as a suspect vehicle in other jurisdictions and tie a number of cases together. And you'll see that kind of repeated here as well. Multiple stolen bicycles recovered in a stolen vehicle that was located through Flock, which led us to other cases. We can then trace and track that license plate back to other jurisdictions where we may find other crimes related to that. And then just this year, a few really good examples. So a suspect vehicle that had committed multiple thefts at local businesses as well as other businesses all around the Bay Area, again, through this network, determining that there were additional crimes that occurred that really tightens a prosecutorial case for the district attorney's office when they can identify that this is not just a suspect in a small theft here in Menlo Park. This is a suspect in multiple thefts all over the Bay Area. A hit and run with a child victim at Hillview Middle School. We were able to use Flock to help us to identify the driver. And then Flock was used to locate a suspect vehicle that was associated with a subject who was wanted by the U.S. Marshals for a kidnapping case. You know, this is a violent crime. We were alerted to that vehicle being in our area. We were able to lock down and locate that suspect vehicle. And then used to identify a suspect vehicle that used stolen credit cards from a theft in Menlo Park. And often people will, steal credit cards here and they'll go use those credit cards in other jurisdictions. And so if they're using that same vehicle, even if they have it cold plated or now with some of the robust search tools with Flock, if they're trying to somehow deceive us with the license plate, we're able to trace that back and then again, attach other crimes in other jurisdictions to that particular suspect case. So go ahead and go to the next slide, Judy. So that's it for the moment for Flock and for LPR technology. I want to talk a little bit about the gunshot detection technology, and I know that we'll have some questions as well about that. And it's important to note that the reason that we have folded gunshot detection technology into this proposal and this study session is that most of the discussion about Flock cameras was generated, and I know that Councilmember Nash and Vice Mayor Taylor know that we had some small, town hall type meetings related to some shooting incidents that occurred last year. And some of these queries about couldn't we get license plate reader technology came from that. And because Flock has this great integrated system, we thought we should include that in everything that we exposed and showed to you all as the council. So we know that seconds count. I can tell you from being very close with the chief in East Palo Alto and chiefs in other jurisdictions where violent crime occurs sometimes, and based on some conversations that we've had, sometimes people don't call even when gunfire is happening or some really violent things are happening on the street, and there's sometimes a hesitation or a fear to call the police. And in some instances, that gunshot detection alert in some jurisdictions is the only report that we get. And seconds count. If someone is actually injured from gunfire, there can be serious medical implications to that, obviously. And if we can get to that person quickly, sometimes we can save a life. And so it can be critical for those types of situations. We also know that gunshot detection software exists in some of our adjoining jurisdictions. And what that does or doesn't do for Menlo Park is, all of those jurisdictions have the ability to identify if something violent were to happen in their community, but there's a pocket that's missing, and that is Menlo Park. And so I think it's important to note that as well. The current proposal that we're working with Flock on has about 4 square miles of our total of 6 square miles of urban area. And let me be very clear, when I define our urban area, I'm talking about all of our livable space with inhabited dwellings on it, and not wildland, which is a completely different thing. So I'm not talking about urban in kind of a socioeconomic sense. I'm talking about the urban areas being the areas where we actually have buildings that people live in. So we are doing the best we can to get the largest continuous amount of that, but we also know that our jurisdiction kind of jumps in places where there are parts of unincorporated San Mateo County or other jurisdictions that edge in. And so that's just a negotiation if we were to go forward with this kind of technology to figure out how we handle some of those gaps. But 4 square miles out of 6 is 67%. That's a pretty good portion of our community. The detection sorts out true firearm discharges, sorts that from other types of loud noises, and pinpoints it within about 90 feet, which is pretty darn accurate, and accurate enough for us to do a very accurate area check if that was the only notification that we got. And it only records, and this is important too, because we're talking about data and we're talking about privacy. It only records a very short clip of that audio event. It does not focus on people or voices or anything else. It just records that audio event, that gunshot noise that occurs. And since Raven is connected with Flock, it will also interconnect with nearby license plate reader cameras so that there's a level of situational awareness that automatically occurs. And I didn't talk about locations of our cameras, but I'm going to be talking about them in another slide or two, so bear with me on that. But let's go to the next slide, Judy. And we can talk about where we're deploying. So in discussion with the city attorney, and I think that they're entirely right, to put a map up here, a proposed map of cameras that we do not have installed yet I think would probably be putting the cart before the horse, especially because this is a proposal and also because there are some potential security issues with just giving as a public record the exact location of all the cameras. And so I wanted to give you a ballpark idea of what we're looking at. And this gives you a little bit of a list and a rundown of the areas that are, ingress and egress to Menlo Park, as well as, heavily trafficked areas. And there's specific attention to make sure that we're capturing traffic that's coming across the Dumbarton Bridge, which we know that there's a criminal element that comes into the peninsula from the East Bay. And so that's crucial information, not just for us, but for all of our partner cities around that experience some crime that's related to folks that are coming in from the East Bay, as well as up at 280 and Sand Hill. So we also know that the big cities supply the suspect groups from San Francisco and San Jose. They can access in off of 280. They've got some really high-end homes, as well as a huge shopping center just on the other side of the border. And so this gives us some oversight to that. The Flock Raven technology right now is designed, as I said, to 4 square miles, essentially covers Bayshore to Alameda. But again, that there may be some additional sharing that we would need to do if we were to cover more, or if we were to cover more efficiently. And this is just a proposal, so we can moderate that as we need to. Next slide, Judy. Thanks. Okay, so lots of questions about cost. So I wanted to put the cost information in front of you. The cameras themselves are about $3,000 a piece. They are more now than when the Palo Alto proposal went through. So there has been a price change, which is why that per camera cost in Palo Alto is a little bit less. The gunshot detection is the more expensive of the two parts of this. I think that's important to note. And the operating system gives us that advanced search capability that is really important to our officers. And then the implementation fees, so first year fees, around $33,000 if we were to implement both of these technologies. We can probably find some money through our regular grant funding to cover that implementation fee if this was a project that was to go forward. And so we would just be looking at the ongoing costs. And right now, as the proposal stands, the ongoing costs are around $251,500 a year. So I wanted you all to have the costs up in front of you, because if we're going to discuss costs, I want to have it in front of you for that. Next slide. Okay, there's only a couple more slides, and I again I appreciate your patience, and I know this is a lot of information, but I want to be clear that we know that we will need to modify our municipal ordinance. There are several sections that will probably need attention from us. Definition of terms, use of the systems, data storage, retention, prohibited uses, auditing, reporting, agency policy. All of those things will have to be taken into consideration as we look at how to refresh that municipal ordinance. And we will have a draft revision done well in time to bring this back, should we be directed to bring this back. And we'll have it in place before we do any kind of go live with the system, and ideally have that in place prior to any implementation of the system. Next slide. And so same thing with our policy, several sections, right? Describing collection and retention, release and sharing, relationships with other agencies, audits and accountability. All of those will need to be reviewed as we refresh that policy. And then prior to any approval request for the agreement with Flock and the deployment, we would bring you back a revised policy to review. And that revision for both of those things, the municipal ordinance and the policy, would be based on the discussion that we're having tonight. So we want your feedback, we want your input, and your interest on what you think is important with policy, so that we can properly address those changes. And obviously everything has to have an eye of practicality to it, and we have to look at the logistics of implementing those things. But we want to take all those things into consideration as we lay out, what will be a new model policy and what will be a revised municipal ordinance. Next slide, Judy. So I will take you back to our original page. objectives and recommendations, just as a reminder of what we're looking for. And I don't need to go through it again. We can probably leave that up, or we can refer back to it as we get into public comment and any questions that you may have. And that concludes my presentation for the moment.
Ooh, thank you, Chief Norris, for that comprehensive presentation. I think what we're going to do is take public comment on this item and then take a short break after public comment before we move to council discussion. So City Clerk Herring, can you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item G2, provide direction on a proposal to install flock fixed automated license plate readers with gunshot detection capability citywide. If you're participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in, please press *9. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. And our first speaker will be Randy Avalos, followed by Pam Jones.
Good evening, Randy Avalos, District 5. So thank you. So I live and breathe data for a living, and I just say no to this flock surveillance system, and we should also tie in existing policies. License plate surveillance systems absolutely collect personal information. They identify habits and associations of all citizens, political, medical, religious, at-risk communities. Claims that this is not PII data is frankly a bit shocking. One, officers can obviously readily link a license plate with an ID with the systems they have at hand right now. And then, of course, the state of California considers this data as personal information. It's akin to genomic data, according to the state of California. So both myself and the state, and I'd argue here, common sense, disagree with the claims that Flock does not capture PI data. And this is at the crux of the matter. It's totally understandable. Officers may not have time or resources to really dig into these esoteric privacy aspects. They might have time to sit down with the ACLU or EFF, which is totally fine. But the staff report misrepresents this data as not PI, which is a foundational aspect of the entire system. It's meant to track people. If you miss that point, any planning beyond it is kind of, in my opinion, useless, right? So just on those grounds, this whole thing should be rejected and we should change existing policies. Now, if you decide that, the system doesn't actually, if the system doesn't, sure, it doesn't prevent crime, but it might help solve some crimes at a cost of civil liberties, that's fine. And you might want to do this. There's some things you can do to help with maintaining compliance. These systems are hard. Officers have day jobs that are very difficult, and standing up governance policy and monitoring is very difficult. And you can't just outsource it to a third party. So we need both a city policy and the contract. A couple things you can do: require all non-hit data to be deleted within 3 minutes of capture. If it's not a hit, get rid of it. Restrict data in Menlo Park with few exceptions. State the policies in the contract instead of using corporate language from Flock. And set up civil oversight. It's really hard to maintain compliance, and it's a difficult job. So reporting, importantly, of all the negative aspects of the system. The current reporting is just positive. So you got to report all false positives that include non-stop stops to felony stops that are false positives. Outside agency request, provide a feedback loop that set up reviews and automatic reporting of false positives. And really importantly, require outside audits. You can't just trust these systems will work. It's very hard to maintain compliance. A lot of agencies have issues, and our agency is smaller. So third-party, audit's not listed there, but it's a cost we have to include. Anyways, with that said, the cost, which is not monetary cost I'm talking about here, is, massive. It's large costs with massively scaling surveillance systems. Sure, some people from the 50s might like these, but the costs are vastly greater than the benefits. So keep this simple. Do not approve it. Thank you, and good luck.
Our next speaker is Pam Jones, followed by Karen Grove. Pam, it looks like you might have lowered your hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam Jones, and and I live in the Bellhaven neighborhood and have lived here through some of the hardest times and had to respond to my job at night and in the wee hours of the morning. So I know what that feeling is with gunshots. And I would love to know where they're coming from now when it appears like it's just, youngsters or people that think they're young and they like to shoot off their guns. I would love to know where that's coming from and to stop that. But it's the storage of data that I find really, really terrifying. So, for example, I was trying to find who is the CEO of Flock and who are the people that worked with them? Where are they based? Let's see. We know that there's been a significant amount of breaches of data in all agencies, state and feds. So there's no guarantee that even though you're only going to have the information in there for a few minutes, that someone is able to access the data live. And the other thing, and are the cameras recording all the time the officer is driving? And I think you kind of can figure out where I'm going with that one. And the last thing is define any agency. Because when I think of that term, it doesn't just apply to, police agencies. It could be the FBI, it could be the CIA, it could be anybody. And I have a concern that somehow this data may be used by somebody in a state that none of us would probably want to live in, because they do terrorize people of color. So given those issues, council, I hope you can work with the police and figure out some kind of way to make sure that we're safe. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Karen Grove, followed by Jason M. And this will be the final call for public comment on study session item G2.
Hi, good evening. So I'm also concerned about this. I'm glad I appreciate Randy Avalos chiming in because I don't understand the issue very well, but I am concerned about the massive amount of data that can be brought to bear and by the lack of oversight. I mean, I know that the presentation was all about protections and policies and privacies and permissions, but ultimately Flock is a corporation and there is no law that says they have to do what they say they're doing. And there's no oversight of Flock. So that's just my vague, I don't understand the details concern, and I would rather Menlo Park not contribute and participate in that. And then I have, the benefit of this massive network is that when someone steals something in Menlo Park and drives to LA, we can find them. The downside is if someone has an abortion in Texas, or someone from Texas comes here to have an abortion, they can be found. So I'm not comfortable with that. And I had one more question. This is kind of emotional, but if an officer has a temporary restraining order against a spouse or intimate partner, are they able to access this data? And if an officer is under investigation of abuse, on the job, are they able to access this data? I mean, there's a lot of data. Anyway, I know that those problems exist without this system, but they're like 10x with this system. So thank you.
And the next speaker will be Jason M.
Good evening. My name is Jason Miles, and I have the pleasure of serving as board chair for the ACLU Mid-Penn Volunteer Chapter. And I appreciate the thoughtful attention given to the matter of Flock cameras and privacy siphoning ALPRs, that may soon litter our communities. opaque and unaccountable flock/APR, ALPR tech, which is increasingly being used in tandem with artificial intelligence, are disrupting the lives of previously insulated and unconcerned, most notably, or at least most front-facing, is in regards to ALPR data being shared by and across states to identify and prosecute those who seek and offer reproductive health care, such as abortions. No matter your background, everyone is entitled to reproductive rights and everyone deserves reproductive health care. If a rising tide lifts all boats, a torpedo swimming towards you certainly portends ruin for all. Surely each jurisdiction that has rolled out this technology, only to be met with errors, false positives, hacks, and other problems, both unforeseen and forewarned, were told there was nothing to worry about, or, well, everyone else is doing it, or the tried and true, aw, shucks, you can trust me. When has that ever worked? And in the face of history and the facts in front of our eyes, why would this time be any different? The perils of ALPRs and flock technology and other invasive technologies are real and present, and I caution that there are some lines that once crossed you can't come back from. I've been impressed with the diligence and leadership of Mayor Wollison and Select Council during this deliberation. If investing in shadowy technology over the real and tangible needs of the people in your community seems not ideal, please listen to your intuition. I have one more thing to say after listening to the comments from in the presentation earlier. No one seriously believes that the equipment that the chief touts is solely only collecting license plate numbers and as suggested earlier, right? Even if the semantics added up, no one believes that the license plate numbers would be used in conjunction with other software to illuminate more real behavior and metadata from that plate, car, person, or their families, right? It will be. The chief says there are strict requirements, but all the requirements and safeguards seem vague and included terms like handshake agreement. The chief said that flock is not predictive policing, is not facial recognition, is not et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What's true today may not be true tomorrow. What's more, no system is perfect, and I haven't heard any criticisms of this equipment from the chief. So all this sounds like an extended Shark Tank sales pitch. If we buy 2, can we get 3 for free? What if we order within the next 10 minutes? It also sounds like the case is closed since the chief told us that an ALPR collects the same data as a good detective. I'm not sure how many digits of a license plate that a bad detective can jot down, but I've personally taken the post test and didn't do too shabby. Perhaps the answer would be invest in training more good detectives. And I'm saddened that what the chief said seemed misleading at best. Thank you, City Council, for your time.
Seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. What I'd like to do now is actually take a break. It's 8:29, and I think we'll reconvene at 8:35 for council questions and discussion. So thank you.
Okay, having our city council back at our in-person dais. Mayor Willison, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk Heron. So we have heard our presentation on the Flock APLR technology. We've also heard our public comment. I know we received a few questions in public comment and comments in public comment, obviously. I believe a lot of that was covered in the presentation. I have a feeling a lot of us are going to be discussing some of the concerns and issues brought up as well. So I think we'll just go ahead and jump to the council discussion. Before we kick it off, I just want to state that this is obviously an extremely complex topic with lots of differing views. And personally, I'm trying to come from the place that everyone's operating from good intentions, and that we support fighting crime in our community and keeping our community safe. And we also support privacy and our civil liberties. And so the policy kind of question that the council is left to grapple with is how or if we can balance these issues to meet somewhere where everyone is slightly unhappy but comfortable with, or can be. So with that prelude, I'm happy to turn it over to my colleagues if anyone wants to kick off the discussion. Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. I really appreciate that overview, Mayor, and the intention towards we all want a safe community. I know when this came up in conversation with the budget earlier, I was curious about it because I really appreciate data. And like one of the public commenters, I live in data, I use data a lot in my work. And so I'm thinking about that. And even before I think about the costs, and before I think about the policies, I'm thinking about how useful might this even be for our community. And I would like to know a little bit more if you have data on how these systems have meaningfully changed and improved safety and crime rates in cities, looking not just at specific anecdotes like you shared, but over the course of many months, what is the actual usefulness of these kind of systems?
I thank you for that question. I think it's a really important question. And I'm going to answer it in two parts. And so part of this, I will say that because of the nature of how this technology operates on the investigative side, it is very difficult to kind of put that in distinct data categories because agencies are sharing information on all different types of crime. And so to say like one particular type of crime is, lower or higher related to the implementation of this technology, I am more than willing to go back and look and see if there's any substantive data on that, because I do think it's an important question. But I do also believe that the anecdotal information is very important because there are many more ways that we can, through stories, explain the value of this technology than the data itself. On the topic of data, things like recovered stolen vehicles tend to really increase. The recovery of those stolen vehicles tends to really increase with the implementation of this technology, because license plate readers are catching stolen vehicles at a much higher rate than our officers could on random patrol. Those numbers will flesh out. Where I have real curiosity, and I would love to look at what our baseline data is and then look at some comparative data down the line, would be on case closures and things of that nature. Generally speaking, as we investigate cases and we get reports of crimes, are we closing more cases related to the implementation of the technology? And that's something that I can reach out to some of our partner agencies and perhaps get some information on, but I can't guarantee that because I don't know what they're tracking with that. So the answer that I can give you is I'm going to look into what metrics are available to this and how we might capture metrics that could help us to continue to show the usefulness of this technology should we implement it.
Thank you very much. And I did some quick searching on this because I was curious. I haven't had a chance to go into detail, but did find one report from the city of San Jose from August to December of 2022. And would be happy to share with you, and sorry that I didn't have a chance to share this with you earlier. But it lists out the number of ALPR, so the automated license plate reader assisted solved cases, how many events were supported with that access versus how many total plates were read. And it says that the notable solved cases with narrative reports was 31, and the total events supported was 1,092. That is in a total of reads of 15.9 million reads.
Right.
And you mentioned that the number of reads are usually a 1/10 of 1%. And if we look at the 1,000, say it's 1,100 out of 16 million, that's like
It's even
a
smaller.
10th of a thousandth or 10,000th of a percent of the reads are actually being used in San Jose in that time period. And I know this is just one anecdote and people aren't even seeing the data. I'm looking at it on my screen, but it is making me think about how useful this is if it is such a small percentage. And also curiosity I have is around the usefulness of having it if, as you shared, a lot of communities around us have this technology as well. And in the cases that you share, the anecdotes, because there are connections into our community, the data was able to be used, even if we don't have that system in place in our own community. I might stop there because I'm curious what my fellow council members have to say, but I think that first question of how useful might this be is the thing I first want to understand before diving into, is this cost worth it and how to make that work with our community, and what are the policies that would need to be in place to ensure that the privacy and the transparency that we want is in place.
Okay, and just for relativity purposes, so we're not paying by the read when we collect this data, and I know I made the point already, so I won't go too deep to reiterate, but all of that data that isn't used, nothing happens with it right now. We're not accessing that data. We're not using it in any way. It is securely stored and then deleted. So all of those license numbers that are recorded, in order for us to find these literal needles in haystacks of crime investigations, are not being used for any other purpose. Period. End of story. And as we talked about a little while back, the cost to implement, and just talking about the cameras, the cost to implement cameras across Menlo Park in the way that we've laid out the proposed deployment would be less than half the cost of a police officer equivalent. And so I think that's also important to know.
Good evening. This is Hector from Flock Safety. Just wanted to add a little bit of additional context to what the chief stated. One of the things that we typically see councils do when they're measuring success is receive reports from their police department and measure it based on, value of goods that are recovered, whether that's stolen vehicles, drugs, et cetera. And then there's the other portion where it's, crimes such as, missing persons, et cetera, homicides that don't have a dollar amount associated with them. But that is something that we commonly see, at the 6-month mark, year mark, that councils also take into account in addition to the data that's being discussed. So just wanted to provide that little bit of additional context.
Right.
And Mr. Solomon Valdez, do you have data on that you can share with us?
I definitely can share that through the chief as well. I will say one of the easiest crimes to correlate obviously is stolen vehicles, right? And we've seen agencies such as Yakima PD really see an increase in the amount of stolen vehicles that they even realize were in their community, but at the same time increase the amount that they were recovering, right? And so one of the kind of common themes that we hear from chiefs and cities is that, it was like turning on a light switch, and now seeing that the numbers were actually higher, right, of stolen vehicles going through the community. So definitely happy to share some of that information through the chief.
And as you know, we have quarterly reports that we provide, and this would be another dimension of our quarterly reporting process to make sure we brought you that information on a regular basis.
Okay, so Councilmember Dore kicked us off. Councilmember Combs, are you ready to go?
Sure, thank you, Mayor Willison. So there are these reads, and there are two things that happens. It's immediately sort of put up against the hot list, and then it goes into this long-term database. Is this a 2-for-1 deal? With this technology, do you have to accept both uses of the data? Could we just say that we wanted a program that read the license plate up against the hot list, either got a hit, if it got a hit, then you guys get informed of that, or it immediately gets queued for deletion if there is no hit? Or is it the case that all of this data also has to go into this database and be made available to other law enforcement agencies and possibly be retrieved in other law enforcement efforts?
The technical aspect of the retention, I'll leave to Hector to explain. I will say on the front end of that those are two different processes. You're 100% right about that. The officers in our department already use this database for the purpose of searching for investigation. So to eliminate that, if we were to parse this and eliminate it, we would be, essentially taking away something that our department currently does, or still using what other agencies provide and just not using what our agency provides, which to me, there's a logistical question there of like, why would we be doing it? And so, I do think that those two things are kind of separate questions, but there is tremendous value to retaining it for a period of time so that we can use that in a case. And to give you a quick example, officers work a 4-day work week. So if they get something that they're diligently investigating for their 4-day work week, and then they're off for their 4 days off, and then they come back and continue to investigate it and come up with something at the end of their week, that's 12 days. And so it's not as simple as, just like 3 minutes is enough. And for our investigators. And the other part that frequently happens in this jurisdiction is our officers will go out on an alarm call, and they will go to what appears to be a valid burglary, right? There's a broken window, the house has been rifled, it's unsecured, et cetera. But the residents are on vacation for 3 weeks out of country and unavailable and we can't get investigative information until they come back. And that happens pretty frequently in our jurisdiction as well. And so, for those things, we may end up with video that gives us a license plate, and now we can't access that data to help track down that suspect vehicle because we can't search the system. And so those are the concerns that I have, but I'll let Hector talk to, the ability to shorten the deletion time.
Yeah, and so on the Flock side, you as policymakers and the chief decide what your retention policy is. What we've seen nationwide, our standard retention is 30 days. And just as the chief mentioned, time and time again, we've seen that many crimes are not reported right away. So we want to kind of balance that right to privacy with an effective tool that helps police solve crime. Some additional insight there. There's no nationwide standard. In San Jose, which I know was mentioned earlier, their retention is a year. Oakland, which is examining LPR traditionally had a 6-month retention policy. And then there's some states, such as New Jersey, that have 90 days. So it's really all over the place. We found that 30 days to be sufficient in most locations. But what we've also seen is that in larger jurisdictions with more complex issues, having, that flexibility for policymakers to add some time may be beneficial, depending on what you all decide. But hopefully that's some good context just kind of on the lay of the land and the technical aspect.
And if I can understand your system, is it that on that 31st day, that data no longer exists in your system, or is it on the 31st day, it gets queued for deletion?
So every single image has what is called a time to live. So if that image is taken today at 8:52, in 30 days at 8:52 p.m., it will be deleted and no longer available in any system, unless your police department flagged it and downloaded to their existing evidence system for an investigation. And now, in order to do that, they have to have gone in, searched with a case number, which is per your policy, and then downloaded that piece of evidence into your evidence repository, similar to what they would do with any other type of footage or evidence.
Okay, cool. And now, Chief, you had mentioned that like right now we do, we just don't match. We collect this information. We just don't match it up against the hot list. We retain it and it can be used for other.
We do match it up. So
I know, but we just don't do that. We also retain it. Right?
correct. Yes,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
do both. That's
Yeah.
correct. And for clarity, the municipal ordinance covers that 6-month period that we currently retain it for. So if we were to, revise that, we would be taking away something we've been doing for the last 10 years, which I understand. And just one quick thing for perspective on this, based on what I know about how our officers use what's called the BOSS system, which is the BOSS system is NCRIC's searchable database. We don't really do a lot of searches that go out to 6 months. So where my comfort level is much closer to a 30 or 60-day retention period in Flock that we might be looking at. Maybe that's how we retain our data. A lot of agencies that are using this as brand new technology, we didn't quite cover this in the presentation, but those that are just using Flock, it's just 30 days. Some are at the same time sending it in parallel to NCRIC and holding it for a year.
And right now we collect this data from mobile readers. Like, and maybe this was in the staff report and I missed it. What is the additional amount of license plate that we will be reading if the system as proposed here is fully implemented versus what we read now as part of our current system?
Like how many more plate views?
Yeah, or what
is the
percentage?
question?
Like, it'll be a 3x or a 400% increase.
No, I would think it would be a massive increase over, what we might use for, several hours of patrol a day versus 24/7, 365 in fixed locations.
Okay, and then it seems like a lot of locations, I'll be honest. And so one, is there a strong correlation between the locations and the ongoing cost? So that's my first question. Like if we or not my first question, but my first question in this specific line. So if we cut the number of locations in half, would that result in a 50% reduction in the ongoing cost?
So I will say conditionally, I would say yes to that. The cost is related to the number of cameras. And so the conditional answer would be yes. If we were talking about gunshot detection, and I know we're not talking about that in this instance, but those two things work collaboratively. So we definitely would not be able to do what we are currently proposing with gunshot detection should we be operating with less cameras. Now, I will tell you that, if it is the desire of the council to come back with, what I would describe as like the Cadillac version and the Chevrolet version of total number of cameras, I think that's something that we could come back if we were to come back with a proposal to say, here's the big ask. Here would be the modified ask. It would be less cameras, and this is what you would miss if you had less. we could certainly, if we were to return, come back with a couple of versions of that.
Yeah, my family's a Chevy family, just to let you know. And so then the $251,000, like, who do we pay that to? Do we pay that to Flock? So the city cuts them a check, or are there other parties that receive that?
I'll let Hector clarify, but I believe that goes to Flock as the vendor.
Correct. That's the price for the contract with us. So, and just a little bit of kind of additional insight to what you were asking before. We're a service as a software type of model, and so you're purchasing each camera that you purchase is $3,000 per year, but we install those cameras and maintain them for the city. With that cost, in addition to access to the software itself. As far as the locations that as they're presented today, so a little bit of background on the method in which those were looked at is we have analysts on our team who are past law enforcement who took a look at the crime patterns and the traffic patterns in your area in consultation with your police department to kind of devise what would be a potential plan. And as the chief said, there's obviously different ways to slice that, potentially depending on the council's appetite. But our method is that looking at traffic patterns, crime patterns, and then matching that with the city's goals.
As well as, some of our infrastructure, whether it, works or not, and the other agencies that are already networked up on the system so that we don't redouble efforts.
And so, and just a couple more questions, Mayor, will listen, and just so making sure I understand. So we would own the infrastructure in connection with actual detection system and the cameras, but the software in the storage is all proprietary. Then we pay you a monthly fee.
No. So you would be leasing both the cameras and any poles.
Oh, so we own nothing. You own everything.
Correct. And there's the benefit there is that traditionally LPR has been around for quite some time. Traditionally, every camera, let's say, would be $10,000, but you would own that. It would go obsolete within a couple years. With us, we're going to install that camera, make sure that it's working, have a technician come out and replace it if it's not within 48 hours. And then that's all included with that price. Versus having any city staff to kind of have to maintain the program. And then of course, everything that's associated with that. The chief was kind of mentioning also, we will attempt to install them on existing city poles as much as possible. And obviously those are yours, we don't own those. But the hardware itself we do, and we see that as a benefit to you so that you don't have to worry about that portion. And again, if there's also newer hardware that's available at some point, we would swap it out as well.
Yeah. I have one more question, but you can go.
Just to follow up on that. So I'm curious, given that we're leasing, given that it's annual costs, the contract that's currently being proposed, for how long are these prices locked in before they might increase?
Our standard contract is a 2-year contract. It's 1 year with an option to renew at that point. So you would be locked in for at least 2 years.
And so at that point, could the prices feasibly be increased per camera or for the storage, and by how much if so?
They could potentially increase. That's not something that I know off the top of my head. Obviously, as any business with rising costs, that may be something that would happen. But you as a city would have the opportunity to opt in or opt out or negotiate those price increases if they were to happen in the future. We recently increased our prices for the first time in 5 years. So, that is not something that is done frequently, is definitely something I can say.
Have you just 2 more? Have you ever had a scenario where a city didn't pay when they were supposed to pay, and they were sort of in arrears? Like what happens in that situation?
There's not an example of where a city did not pay that I'm aware of. Your contract obviously would require some form of payment upfront. It depends on how the way the contract is structured, but we would have to work with your city's procurement department and team to make sure that we get paid. Luckily, the public sector as customers, we know where to find you if that were to happen. I doubt you guys would go missing. I hope not.
And just that's very similar to a lot of the other technologies that we currently use and implement at our department. It's, you know, we call it the cable TV plan, right? You're getting the software as a service, you're getting equipment with technology refresh capability, and you're paying for all of those things as one package, but you don't have to own it. And if it ever breaks, you just tell them and they fix it.
And my final question, you mentioned something that sort of piqued my curiosity in saying that like there was an ALPR system, a private one in Los Angeles that was key to a case.
Yes.
Do you know of any private ALPR systems in Menlo Park?
Not aware specifically in Menlo Park. I can tell you that there are some public-private, what we call public-private partnerships elsewhere within the county where private entities, you know, they can procure this same technology, they can pull this same data, right? They will flip a switch and provide that in a one-way portal to law enforcement. We don't have any obligation, nor would we give anything back to those collectors of that data. So it's possible that we can do that. And as you may know, Atherton has a number of neighborhoods that pay for their own cameras and pay the subscription costs, and that data goes in and it goes to Atherton PD, and it doesn't go, you know, Atherton PD's information does not go back to the neighborhoods.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Taylor, Councilmember Nash, one of you.
One of the questions that has come up repeatedly in emails that I've received about flock cameras is what are the number of, basically, why are we doing it? And what are the crimes that what are the number of crimes that we have in Menlo Park that we are trying to solve?
So the main crimes, and as you know, like we're very fortunate in this community, and I'll knock on wood as I say it, you know, our violent crime numbers are not particularly high. We're not really talking necessarily about violent crime on the large scale. What we are talking about and what is frequent is theft-related crimes, which often either are the organized retail theft variety, and even though we don't have major shopping centers, we do have retailers that are constantly being victimized by organized retail theft. So that is one of the crimes that we're going to be looking at with this. We also know that other certain, you know, crimes that are infrequent in our jurisdiction can be very difficult to investigate without some type of technology like ALPRs in kind of a constant pattern within the city that can help us to identify potential suspect vehicles related to that crime. And so we're missing that element. Our officers are constantly getting, as Councilmember Dorr pointed out, you know, constantly getting information from other jurisdictions that help us with our investigations. But there are critical pieces that are missing, because when it happens here, and especially in an instance to Councilmember Combs's example, if it happens and then say several days or several hours later, somebody reports it, which happens a lot, you know, especially. So we'll talk about our vulnerable population and talk about crimes against youth or elderly. You know, they'll go and tell a family member first, and then they'll have a conversation with that family member. Then they'll decide, you know, hours later to call us and investigate. And sometimes, you know, there's very little to go on, and everything is out of the area. And so to be able to do that look back is critical to our officers. We don't have that local capability now. I will say that with the mobile license plate readers that we currently have, that doesn't anywhere come close to, you know, having a tool like that on the street for proactive investigation of a crime that just occurred. It does give us some proactive capability after a crime has occurred. Say we're on a crime scene and we can bring our mobile license plate readers through and say, pick up all the license plates on this street, right? But we don't have that active right now, this crime is happening capability. And we also don't have that active right now, this crime just happened in the jurisdiction next door, and now we know that crime car is here. We don't have those capabilities.
Can you give us an idea of how many crimes we're talking about in?
I don't have that information right in front of me. Happy to bring that back to you. We do have that in our regular reporting. I just don't have it in front of me.
And I know I've seen
at
it
the
in the
moment.
regular reporting. Yes.
Yes.
And then has there, I'm thinking about having fixed cameras and wondering, I guess this is a question for Mr. Solomon Valdez. Do neighbors have concerns about having a camera placed in their neighborhood or retailers? Just how do you place cameras? What do you do if there's concern about the camera? Thank you.
That's an important question. It's important for the public to know that the cameras are focused on the road. They don't capture, homes, anything, any private areas, and they're only capturing the back of vehicles and the associated information with that vehicle. So that's one portion. I have seen where, and that's something that we can collaborate with cities, is that folks will do outreach and just make sure that they know what these cameras do, and more importantly, what they don't do. And as was being kind of talked about earlier, we do work with the private sector as well. And there is a lot of appetite from neighborhoods to a lot of times actually amplify the work that the city is doing. And so, it is highly widely adopted technology, especially in your area around San Francisco.
And I'll add to that just a little bit. So, one of the ideas that I brought with me when I came over here in 2021 is we had a private camera registry program that we had implemented in the city I'd previously worked in that we now do here. So folks that have, doorbell cameras, privately owned cameras that face the street and face our public areas, many of them are registering with us and saying, we want to be part of that network. Should you need our information in the event of a crime, we want to provide that to you.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question on the usefulness of what kind of things you're actually catching here. And you mentioned that it's predominantly retail crimes, for example. And when I think about this, an idea of how are we usefully creating a safer community and addressing those issues, couldn't another option be that retail has better security, that they get their own business cameras, or that the Stanford Shopping Center addresses issues that they might have on their the mall? I'm just curious, trying to understand, is this the most effective way to address the crimes that are being discussed here?
And I'll temper a little bit of your question by saying not just organized retail theft and organized retail crime. We have residential burglaries, we have thefts of bicycles and other personal property. People have bicycles pulled off of their porches or off of their balconies all the time in our city. And when those types of crimes happen, it's somebody in a pickup truck that's throwing multiple bikes in a pickup truck and driving around and committing these crimes. And so, that type of license plate reader capability is important in those instances as well. And I think there was an example actually that we pulled that talked about, a stop on a stolen truck that had a number of bicycles stolen that were attached to it. And so, I think the short answer to your question is we would love for our private homeowners, our private businesses to have robust security systems that we could count on for video evidence, but that doesn't always happen. And it doesn't always capture the information that we need to place strategically license plate readers on our roads so that vehicles that are suspect vehicles of crimes are being, captured on that technology is a much higher percentage gamble than just a security video at a retailer where that might be let's say downtown, a walkable area of town. We might not get the kind of bang for our buck out of that type of technology that we would out of out of the license plate reader and specifically fixed license plate readers.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Taylor, please.
Thank you. And thank you, Chief Norris, for the presentation and all the information. I have a few questions about the Flock Raven, the gunshot detection. So the presentation only shows that we need one for the city.
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
So is there one Raven Flock camera for the city?
So
or are there
no, so the way it's constructed, and Hector can probably talk about this maybe a little bit more eloquently than I can, but we have the Flock cameras, which they call the Falcon model, which are the license plate reader cameras. And then the Raven technology is a completely separate tool that takes in data and information. There will be a number of camera setups where they will have that Falcon technology and also the Raven technology to set up what they call like a regional box over an area to collect that information. So it's not one piece of equipment that's capturing everything. They have to triangulate to get the location. So it would be multiple pieces of equipment. And how they do that is they look at what the square mileage is and they determine how they can strategically place those detectors to make that happen.
With this technology, is there a way to broaden that? So it's not just 4 square miles? This says from Bayshore to Alameda, but that doesn't cover the entire city.
Correct. And I'll let Hector talk to that a little bit, but part of that is jurisdictional boundaries. They wanted to work within jurisdictional boundaries. And as I said, there are places where our jurisdiction stops and it's difficult to put a continuous boundary on that. And a great example is, stopping at Alameda, where that jurisdiction is now West Menlo Park, which is unincorporated San Mateo County. And then beyond that is Sharon Heights. So they would have to set up a completely different, detection system to cover that area, or we would have to have some kind of handshake agreement with, say, the county to make that happen. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And
So-
Hector, am I in the right neighborhood on that?
Yeah, that's exactly correct. The only additional insight that I can add is that, what our team will take a look at with the deployment for Raven is, geography, the built environment, all of that impacts the way in which those devices have to be deployed as they, kind of impact the way that sounds travels throughout your community. So those are kind of some of the things that they're looking at. With Flock, what makes our Raven devices unique is that coordination with the license plate readers, so that your police department can get that alert of potentially there's a shot here. So there's a life that may be at risk, and really be there for first aid purposes. And then that second portion is the evidence of a potential vehicle that might have been involved. And so that's kind of just the differentiator for our Raven product.
Yeah, and I can tell you,
That's helpful.
and I can tell you anecdotally, and this happens on it's not a super frequent, but a regular basis. Folks arrive at a hospital, whether that's Stanford or whether that's, some other regional trauma center, in a vehicle with gunshot wounds. And then the game, so to speak, begins of trying to determine where that actually happened, because often they're not very truthful about where that incident occurred. And agencies need to know what the jurisdiction is so that they can help investigate that and identify people responsible. And so sometimes being able to say, well, the car with this license plate showed up at, this trauma center, whether that's, SF General or Stanford. And now we can use the system to track and determine where that vehicle was so that we can determine where the crime occurred.
That
we
part
often
I
need to do that.
understand. I'm more concerned about having gunshot detection throughout the entire city. So to me, that would be helpful that we have the same in every area of the city. My other question is, and this is more around, I think there was some information you were going to follow up in your report that Councilmember Nash asked. I believe it was how many crimes in the city. I'm interested in how many violent crimes, and then how many violent crimes that involve either a gun or a knife or some type of instrument. I'm interested in what the gunshot detection will not capture. And then also, And I know we don't have a map of where all the cameras would be, but the list that's on slide 17. And as we've discussed it not too long ago, Chief Norris, I have a big concern, one, around gunshot detection, but two, around just driver behavior in Menlo Park. And so I believe you answered this question already, but I'm interested in if there's road rage in Menlo Park, how is that captured by this? I'm interested in speed, especially around the entrances to the city and the exits, the amount of collisions that we've had at high speed. And I know this technology doesn't cover that, or maybe it's in the future for Flock, but just wanted to share those concerns of mine.
Let me try to tackle that a little bit. So certainly if there is a road rage incident, that would give us an investigative reason if we had a license plate attached to, to look and see if we could identify someone who was responsible if there was a crime attached to that road rage incident. So that is something where the ALPR system would work. This ALPR system is not designed to catch speeders. And it is not designed to automate traffic violations, which, as you know, very limited the state of California in terms of what can be done in an automated fashion for enforcement. And there is some pilot testing being done on expanding that, but it's not right here. And so what I can tell you is that a potential solution for that is not part of this ask, but may be coming, is the idea of adding or refreshing some of the closed circuit video that we've had at some of our critical intersections and maybe more. Part of a large grant that we have been approved for as part of a group of agencies may allow us to look into whether we can add and implement CCTV back into the mix to cover some of those highly trafficked intersections, which would help us with at least being able to identify some of that behavior when it's either related to crime or related to a collision.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. Yes, Councilmember Combs.
Just one more question. So the $251,000 ongoing cost, is that annual?
Yes.
So the city would need to commit $500,000 right to this, since the contracts are 2 years. Just want to understand.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's 250,000 annually. There is an implementation cost, which I said we'll find a way to cover that. And then you can look at that 250,000 as, and split that up between these two technologies as well, to look at that if you're looking at how you may want to mitigate costs. And then again, looking at, shrinking or increasing the number of cameras that the council wants us to move forward with.
Thank you. And city manager, can you remind me whether this is in the budget already or not?
It is not in the budget. That was part of the June discussion. So to proceed with this, there'd be a budget appropriation, contracts, ordinance, policy changes. The money is not in the current budget.
Thanks.
Okay, we are at about 45 minutes on this study session. I want to make sure we all have an opportunity to ask our questions and share our thoughts. I just wanted to point that out to folks. I have one question, and then I'll kind of kick off where my head is at. Okay. So on the list of cities who we currently have sharing arrangements with, it looks like in addition to us, there are 6 other cities in San Mateo County that we're sharing with. Is that right? So
I don't have
know
the list right in front of me, but I would say if you're counting them, you're probably correct.
Okay.
There may in fact be more, but if there aren't, there are more that are coming.
Okay. So the chief and I have met multiple times on this topic. And when I initially approached this topic, it was kind of, actually when it showed up in the budget, I was just kind of like, oh, there it is. And then we flagged it. And then I'm as I started to learn more and more and more and talk to more and more stakeholders, I was like, okay, well, this is something that the police thinks is a tool, and you know, we want public safety, and how can we do this with guardrails? So let's do it, but with guardrails. And I spent a long time, I attended a panel on Flock of the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition, and I heard from the San Jose captain about how they've implemented Flock, looked at their policy. I talked to someone in Los Gatos about their experience with Flock. I talked to a Los Altos council member, and I sat on a panel, I attended a panel at the League of California Cities, actually with Mr. Solomon Valdez, and the Los Altos chief of police and the Truckee chief of police, really with this mindset of guardrails and looking at kind of retention, sharing, access. How can we craft really good policies so we can have this tool at our police's disposal while allaying some of the unintended consequences or concerns that people have been expressing. And even today, we met with the chief, and then I met with ACLU, really trying to dig into this topic. So I just want you to know that I'm not approaching this lightly, and I really appreciate the opportunity to hear from my colleagues. As those of you members of the public, just to remind you that we are constrained by the Brown Act, so we have no ability to discuss this topic with anyone on the dais other than one other person. So Councilmember Dorr and I actually spoke on this topic for the first time today. So it's really been a dynamic process about learning and digesting. And to be perfectly honest, I'm becoming more and more uncomfortable. Mr. Solomon Valdez, I think you're a great guy. I watched you on the panel. I appreciate your perspectives, but at the end of the day, you're in sales. And I feel like this is a product that is being heavily marketed and sold in our region. And it kind of has a feeling like everyone's doing it, so we need to do it. And when I look at the costs, and I'm glad my colleagues have really kind of poked at some of the costs financially, it's not insignificant, especially when we're running a structural deficit, and this is an ongoing cost. But I'm also thinking about the cost to civil liberties and to privacy that have been expressed by members of our community and the ACLU, who I think are really trying to speak on behalf of folks who are not necessarily in the room where these issues are being discussed and these decisions are being made. And I find that the data on the efficacy is lacking, to be honest. We are hearing about the 1/10 of 1% is used, and then we Councilmember Dorr shared with us the San Jose data, which was even less. And on the one hand, it's like comforting to know that, okay, this is a very needle in a haystack, and everything else kind of gets thrown out. But then it's like, if it's such a needle in a haystack, how are we then showing the need for this, the benefit of this, given the cost to privacy, leaving ourselves more vulnerable to data hacking and whatnot. And then when I hear these very compelling anecdotes about, there's this kid who was, helped, and an elderly person, or a burglary, they all are really lovely anecdotes, but I also heard anecdotes about negative consequences, where, someone's pulled at gunpoint because they were driving a car that was hit, that was on a hot list or something. So I think when we're looking at the anecdotes, I have to take them with a major grain of salt, because I think that there are situations where the technology doesn't do what we want it to do, and it can yield negative consequences. I've also heard concerns about the efficacy of the gunshot detection, and I'm very sympathetic to the folks on Windermere who had to suffer a horrible situation with gunshots in their neighborhood. But again, that to me is like the most compelling example. But it's really, when we're looking at the crime fighting, it sounds like a lot of it is property related, and weighing the property versus the personal liberties, it's where I get really uncomfortable. I'm also, I'm concerned about the amount of outreach that has been done around this. I know we're holding this study session now, but I'm wondering how much outreach has been done to the ACLU, to communities of concern, to folks that have major privacy concerns, and how those perspectives have been brought into the proposal. And what it comes down to me is that we're looking at scaling up like a very high curve. And it seems like once we were to scale up and implement these, it's kind of like it's there. And it took, I don't know how many years for the red light cameras, to come down just being there, and people had concerns. That's a whole other topic. And I still might want to visit that one day. And how is that different than this? I don't know. I'm trying to square all of these competing things. But I just worry about kind of jumping on the bandwagon, rushing this process, scaling up in a massive way. And so I would be comfortable like slowing this down, doing more outreach, particularly in communities that have concerns about mass surveillance, especially given our budget situation, especially given the fact that this is kind of like hitting the region and there's going to be more data coming out. I don't know the benefit of rushing out the gate on this new technology versus taking a wait and see approach and seeing how it plays out in our neighboring communities. I'm just not completely sold on it yet. So that's kind of where my current thought is. It's been a very bumpy process. And actually this morning, if I'd woken up and you'd asked me where I was, I don't know if I'd be where I am at this moment. And so I'm curious to hear what my colleagues, and maybe after they speak, they'll convince me to be in a different place. But that's where I'm at this moment in time. So I would like to see where my colleagues are at. Councilmember Combs.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. And just so we're clear, we don't have red light cameras in this.
Correct. We don't have red light cameras.
We did at one point, but even though that infrastructure is still there, those cameras are not on. I mean, so I think I too approach this in two ways, or at least maybe a few ways. The privacy, civil liberties angle, and certainly the value, the policing value, and of course the cost. I think from the privacy, civil liberties angle, it almost is a moot point. This technology, specifically in our community, is so ubiquitous that every day, our own license plates are probably read dozens of times. And so from that larger perspective, it's kind of moot. Again, we get to sort of dictate for our specific community, but none of us live our lives in the borders of a specific city. That being said, I think for me, I would also be supportive of what I would think of as an approach or rollout that I think was scaled more appropriately and sort of a little bit more thoughtful in ways in which we thought that there was going to be like very clear policing value. And I think the widespread approach of like, I don't know, 8 or 9 intersections, it's just sort of hard for me to wrap my brain around such a massive rollout. And then I think the cost is important because this is not an insignificant amount of money that we would be, and I'm saying setting aside all of the sort of like the startup costs, just the ongoing of every year. I don't know, it ends up being something like, $20,000 a month. And I think, again, like I say, I don't know that I at this moment see the value in a widespread rollout. Like if you wanted to come and provide something that I thought was a little bit more sort of surgical, I think I might be on board certainly to learning more about that. And so those are my thoughts. I did not brown act with anyone on this, and I did not talk to the chief beforehand, but I want to thank him for making himself incredibly available to me to talk about this proposal. But that's where I'm landing at the moment.
Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. So first, something that immediately jumped to mind because of in spirit of dialogue. So thinking about focusing on places where they're very clear policing value. I worry about doing something that is not widespread because of the inequities that could result from having really focused cameras and gunfire detection in certain communities based on where historically maybe there has been more of those, where is determined for clear policing value. I think that distribution of data doesn't lead itself to being effective and to being equitable for our community. So a concern there. And I didn't mention the privacy concerns and civil liberties earlier because I think my issue first is figuring out, is the data even useful? Is this even a useful thing? But I don't think that those concerns are moot because this is a completely different system that we're talking about. And it's data maintained by a different private entity that could in a different way be hacked or shared or accessed. And I think the additional issue here of having a system that is shared with other agencies as well, I think just adds layers of complication here that are quite complexing to me, and thinking about all the projections that would need to be in place, that would need to be working perfectly for the city, for other agencies, with the private company to make this make sense. And then on the cost as well, I agree that I'm concerned about these high costs, and also concerned about, because it's a contract with a private company that is leasing this equipment, the cost will go up every 2 years. And what does that mean? And if right now we're facing a deficit, what does that mean in 2 years? So thinking about that, and then coming back to the data side and how, I love good database decision-making. Like the mayor, I'm not sure that the data right now is showing that this radically changes the game enough to be worth those additional privacy concerns and civil liberty concerns and the cost. And I think it especially concerns me then when asking representative from the private company to share examples of data that is clearly showing that that wasn't shared. Because if you can't make a good case for how useful this is, I'm not convinced that it's something that we need to bring to our community.
Vice Mayor Taylor, Councilmember Nash. Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. And I shared earlier what my concerns are, and that is the gunshot detection because of the incidents that have occurred in the city of Menlo Park, and not just in one area. I think there's value in having it citywide. And again, some of the recent experiences that some communities have experienced, I think there's value in it. I do agree about the license plate readers and that technology, but I don't know if there's a way to bifurcate it. And then the other piece,
agree with what about the license plate readers?
what the rest of the council has shared, just around the civil liberties, the privacy. There's a lot of concerns, and then also the number of cameras. I think it's quite a bit for a city our size. And then also, and I want to look back, I always go back to council priorities, because that's another way that I'm gauging what we do. Does it fall into that list? However, our public safety is a priority for us, even if we didn't establish it as a council. And so, and I appreciate Chief Norris's work. And I definitely appreciate and respect his opinions about what he sees for our city and what we need for our city. And those are my comments.
Hey, Councilmember Nash.
So I agree with what has been said, and overall, just that the concerns about privacy are not the efficacy of the equipment, the benefit of the equipment do not outweigh the concerns about privacy. I'm very concerned about having this data in a database, understanding it is there in the community from many other sources. But this is specifically capturing our residents more than within our city. And I think I'm concerned about sharing the data across beyond the Menlo Park, beyond Silicon Valley, beyond the state to other states, as was stated, that have with reproductive rights issues that come up with immigration issues, although I understand that the California law does restrict that. I think that there are lots of data concerns, and they are just not outweighed by the benefits that I see of the system. I would like to keep track of how other cities are doing, and just at some point that may tip when we get more information from other cities, but I certainly at this point don't think that that plus the cost is we should be proceeding at this point. Thank you.
So I know Chief, you probably have a lot of thoughts, but in the interest of time, and I know this is a study session, I do just want to follow up on one question that Vice Mayor Taylor asked, which was about bifurcating the gunshot detection with the ALPR.
That may be a better question answered by Hector if he's still on, and I'm not sure if he is. Still,
I am.
He is. Okay, so that may be a better question for him.
And so the question was bifurcating both products and whether that's possible.
Correct. Whether you can go with the gunshot detection, but not the ALPR.
Definitely, that's something that's possible. And, you know, as the chief mentioned, there have only been preliminary discussions on what potential, you know, deployment plans are needed. So that's definitely something that we can work on with the chief in preparation for any future meeting.
So thank you, Mr. Solomon Valdez. So Chief, we just threw a lot at you. I'm sure we're not expecting a summary. What I'd like to know, other than your opinion, because I think we'll put a pin in that, is are you getting direct, I guess maybe also the city manager, are you getting direction of what to do next, or what can we provide you on where to go from here?
So you want me to go first? Okay, so what I'm hearing is that there are a lot of questions about the privacy and the data itself as we collect it. And this is speaking to ALPRs, right? The privacy of the data that we're collecting compared against the benefit to community safety. And that's something we could certainly study if there is an interest from council in us pursuing this versus waiting and seeing, because I'm also hearing like, well, let's hear from other cities and what successes are they having, and is there enough proof from, you know, what the other cities have to bring this back forward? Because at this point, there's also, you know, frankly, a lot of negative energy around implementation of this technology. And so the question is, you know, what should we put our effort into? And you know, I've heard we need to do more outreach. We need to do more discussions with, for example, ACLU or Electronic Frontier Foundation, or communities that may be impacted by this technology in one way or another, or at least to understand and assess community impact. There's a lot of labor and effort behind all of that. And so my question is, do we want to, you know, wait and assess and see what all these other cities are doing, and not be, you know, running in the background trying to make this a package if we're not ready for it? Or are we looking to do the research and come back and in a reasonable period of time to say, this is what we have found out, this is why we think it's beneficial, and we'd like to, you know, re-engage this discussion? And so I'm looking for that. And then I'm also looking, you know, I've heard some questions about whether we should proceed on one part of this versus another in terms of gunshot detection. And I'd like to see if there's direction on that as well.
Thank you. That was very helpful, Chief, on kind of what you need. And that's totally fair, because what we don't want to have you do is do a ton of stuff, come back, and they'll be like, well, we made our mind up 6 months ago. And,
right.
And I can see that'd be really frustrating. So I guess I want to turn to my colleagues. So I expressed discomfort. I'm interested, I think, in moving slower. So whether that, well, I'd like to hear from my colleagues, because I'm not quite sure how to answer that.
Well, you'll hear from me. I don't know if it'll help you. So I appreciate your candor, Chief, and that you're saying, look, you don't want to be sent on a wild goose chase when people have already made up their minds. And I think it's clear that, like, yeah, this is what it is. Like, right, there's no additional analysis, no community outreach that's going to change, underline the presentation you made here today of what this technology is, the value you think it provides, but what are also the costs, both as it relates to privacy and as it relates to actual dollars. From my perspective, so I think that there is a general desire not to move forward from the council. Like, I would be interested in something very prescribed, and when I say prescribed, I mean like on El Camino, not in a specific community, but that's where you're going to get like the most traffic and where you can put up a couple of cameras. But I don't think that this council is there. And to be very clear, it just seems like at this point it is a sort of pause. Let's see how this plays out in other communities. But is this going to be the best use of your time? No. And you're going to go out there and find something that's going to change the overall narrative that you presented today? And I don't think that that's there.
Councilmember Nash.
I was just going to say, I fully agree.
Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, I agree. And I also want to acknowledge that I trust your leadership of the police department, Chief Norris. And I think that's the conflict and the tension that I'm feeling having this conversation and speaking quite honestly about my concerns here and the issues here, is that I also trust you. And I know that you're leading the police department with thoughtfulness and trying to build the police department that we want to represent, that we want to have and represent our community. That tension exists here, but I'm not comfortable moving forward with it. And I don't want you to waste your time exploring it at this moment. But I think it would be helpful to get more data and to, like with the Port West San Jose, and seeing that is useful for me. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. Chief Norris, do you see value in having the gunshot detection by itself?
I think there's always, it's a safety measure, right? And it would provide potentially, a life-saving response. So of course there is value in it. I've taken in a lot of information from all of you, as well as, our public commentary. And I have tried to paint a picture of how secure we would hold this data and how tightly through policy and good legislation we can manage that. And it doesn't seem like that part of it works, but certainly the gunshot detection does involve the collection of data. There will still have to be, policies and municipal ordinance that will have to be revised in order to make that happen. But there's value there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards a pause. The 2 cameras on El Camino or whatever is intriguing because I'm like, is that threading the needle? But I don't know if that does anything for you, or if that's just a headache.
It provides something, but essentially we would still need to fix the municipal code. We would still need to fix the policy. That certainly gives us the opportunity to come back and present to you a more limited scope. But we would be implementing the technology that it seems like there is concern about implementing. And so that's where I'm confident in the technology, very confident. You all could tell that. And I've been as even-handed a thinker as I could possibly be with this council. And I don't think you would disagree with me. And if I thought there was something about this technology that was scary or onerous, I would probably have taken that to you months ago, and we would not even be sitting here. I've been incredibly thoughtful about this whole thing. And so if you want to discuss the idea of a smaller scope pilot, I'm interested in exploring that, but I would need some sense of confidence from the council that that's what you want to pursue.
Yeah, I think at this point, I think our resources and our time is probably better spent putting this on pause. And then I would say if new information becomes available about the efficacy of the data, again, it seems like this is going around our region. And so if people start adopting it and it ends up, having a lot of data supporting the fact that like if there's a chart in the region that crime is falling because of the wide adoption of ALPRs, and we feel strongly that this is something we can get behind and outweigh our concerns, then I think encourage you to come back. But it sounds like at this time, we're not there yet. And so I do want to acknowledge you've been incredibly accessible, incredibly forthcoming. I know that you're looking out not just for yourself, but for the whole team and really for the whole region to be a good team player. And that
I'm looking out for the community. That's who I intend to look out for.
Yeah. And we, as I stated at the beginning, we acknowledge that, we appreciate that. This, I don't think is an easy discussion for any of us. And so we hope to continue with our good relationship with you as we go forward to serve our community for all of us. So we appreciate you. Thanks, Chief. Any other comments or thoughts? So to the question about gunshot detection, I just don't want to leave that hanging there. Vice Mayor Taylor, were you interested in us pursuing that at this time, or do you want to pause that with I just want to make sure that the chief's questions that he had outstanding were tied up.
I'm interested, but I don't think anybody else is. Yeah.
In my conversation with the chief earlier today, I asked the usefulness of that in isolation without the flock cameras, and it sounded like it's much less. And I'm curious if you could you just confirm what kind of usefulness you would see with just having the gun protection?
I think it is a little bit apples and oranges. I mean, obviously these two technologies are entangled in a way, but they are two separate things. Will gunshot detection technology allow us to respond faster to a shooting incident? Absolutely, it will. Will it provide us, better information to help us to respond and potentially save lives, or at least get to the scene quicker and possibly have better investigative capabilities? Maybe. Without the added technology of some type of eyes on in the terms of license plate readers or cameras or other technology that would help us in concert, there are elements of it that it won't help us with. And so I don't know if that properly answers your question, but it's helpful for life saving. It will likely not be as helpful for investigative purposes.
So where does Councilmember Tor, did you have a thought about?
I suppose I'm maybe curious, but I'm not.
Okay.
Leaning towards it too much.
Councilmember Nash.
Well, I guess having gone through community meetings on the Windermere shootings, I was very supportive of doing the technology, and very honestly, also the ALPRs. After having investigated it, and just learned more, I guess I think it would be terrific. I think that there's, but I just think given our resources and given the limitations without the rest of the ALPRs, I would be for putting it on hold at this point, and just watching what is happening in the whole field of technology, and also in the field of just data security. Very honestly, which is one of my big concerns, is beyond our own use. It's the data security system-wide. Thank you.
Chief, I actually have a follow-up question about closed circuit TVs. So that seems like a potential alternative. So like if we have a situation like a Windermere, again, where we have an ongoing situation, what was that? Oh, okay, there might be other spots in town. If we have a particular location, or for example, the upcoming like Middle Avenue bike tunnel where we want to actually put something, is that something we could look into where it's much smaller scale, very specific location, just to have that.
I think it's a discussion on an entirely different track and certainly a discussion that I want to entertain. So that is something that we could talk about, and we could posit on how we might implement that type of technology in a different way.
Okay, I'd feel much more comfortable having that limited scope and looking into that. So that might be an alternative as we are in our pause. Okay, I think then there doesn't sound like current support for the gunshot detection, but we'll continue to monitor it, and we'll see if we can explore some CCTV information. And I think, Chief, thank you again. We are going to move on. Wow, we have not done the consent calendar yet, and it is 9:52. So thank you for everyone who has been bearing with us. We are now going to move on to H, which is the consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Karen, can you please call for comment on the consent calendar?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our consent calendar items, H1, a resolution designating the designee for Cal OES as well as FEMA. F2, the response to a San Mateo County grand jury report for bike safety. H3, an agreement for the HVAC upgrade at the dispatch rooms. H4, award purchase contracts for vehicle and equipment purchases. H5, approving advisory body annual work plans. Or H6, an agreement amendment for communication support. If participating virtually, please engage that hand feature, bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. This will be the final call for public comment on our consent calendar items H1 through H6. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. Is there any council discussion? I'm seeing two people leaning forward. We'll start with Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. I actually just wanted to pull H5 to possibly add a statement.
Councilmember Dorr?
I'd like to pull H3.
Okay, why don't we start with H5 and see if they're just questions and things we can make one motion at the end, but Vice Mayor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. On page H5.10, which is the work plan goals for the Finance and Audit Commission, I wanted to add paying down the successor agency debt as one of the goals in their work plan.
Sorry, I think my head's still in flock and AFPR, to be honest. Can you please repeat that?
Yes, I'd like to add paying down the successor agency debt, which is the RDA.
Is this a work plan item that you want them to look into?
Yes, please.
Okay, not to actually have them pay down the debt, but to have them research what.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any objections or comments related to adding that to the work plan?
Sorry, clarification, the debt, not the deficit. The debt, okay.
Okay, it looks like that is a friendly amendment or an amendment we can make to the item to pass with the consent calendar. You might be the motion maker though. Okay, Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, so H3 is discussing dispatch room heating, ventilation, and air condition upgrades. And given our priorities with our climate action plan and our goals to electrify, I wanted to check in with city staff to see, is this going to be an HVAC system that's high efficiency?
Thank you, Councilmember Dowers, Nikki Nagaya, Deputy City Manager. And yes, the current dispatch, the current server rooms that we're upgrading here are actually running temporary air conditioners, which are very inefficient. And so this will be a huge upgrade in terms of efficiency, and the equipment is both current and proposed to be all electric.
That's great to hear. Thank you so much.
Okay, are there any other comments, or I'm open to entertaining a motion, Vice Mayor Taylor, if you want.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. I'll make the motion to approve items H1 through H4 and then H6 with a friendly amendment to H5. Does that work?
I can restate for the record. Yes, as soon as we have a second. Thank you. So do we have a second for the motion? Thank you.
I will second.
Perfect. So I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Taylor and a second by City Council Member Nash to approve the consent calendar, including an update to the Finance and Audit Committee work plan, item H5. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right. We are now moving on to our public hearings. Public hearings are formal proceedings held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. Tonight's public hearing, I believe it's our first public, no, it is our public hearing, is I-1, which is to consider and adopt resolutions approving 1, the below market rate housing agreements, and 2, a vesting tentative map for a major subdivision to create 116 for sale townhome units for the 123 Independence Drive Housing Development Project, with a total of 432 dwelling units and 2,000 square feet of commercial space located at 119 Independence Drive, 123 to 25 Independence Drive, 127 Independence Drive, 1205 Chrysler Drive, and 130 Constitution Drive, all commonly referred to as 123 Independence Drive. And to introduce this item is our contract principal planner, Payal Bhagat. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and community members. I thank you for your time this late hour. Staff has a brief presentation prepared, after which, if you do not have any follow-up questions of us, we would request that you invite the applicant, Peter Desai from the Sobrado organization, as well as Maureen, who is the CEO of Habitat for Humanity. They are partnering in this predominantly housing project. Next slide, please.
And actually, pardon the interruption, I think we're getting some feedback. Do we have everything on mute, both devices? No, not this one, just that laptop's. Not sure, it might be coming from this end. Okay, go ahead, Pam. Thank you.
Is this better? So we're here this evening to review the below market rate housing agreement, which includes project-specific equivalent alternatives, as well as the vesting tentative map for the project. The proposed project-specific equivalent alternatives are so that the BMR programming and administration would enable Habitat for Humanity Greater San Francisco to implement the for sale affordable housing units pursuant to their program. Also, with this project, the applicant is requesting a vesting tentative map to parcelize the project site, establish easements, abandon easements, as well as create 116 for sale condominium townhome units. Next slide, please. So Quick overview of the project. This approximately 8-acre site is zoned residential mixed use and is located near the Menlo Portal project that is currently under construction. The project consists of 316 rental apartment units, which includes 48 BMR units, 116 for sale townhome units, including 18 for sale townhome units, as well as 8 additional BMR units that have been approved by the Planning Commission as community amenity. There is a small amount of commercial space on the ground floor of the apartment building right near the Central Park area. And of course, like I mentioned, the project is requesting a vesting tentative map. Next slide, please. So the residential mixed-use zoning district requires the Planning Commission to be the authority on approving the environmental impact report, as well as the use permit and architectural control permit, including any concessions and waivers that might be requested as part of the state density bonus law. To that end, on August 28th, the Planning Commission adopted resolutions certifying the final EIR, adopted findings pursuant to CEQA, and adopted a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program. The commission also approved a use permit, including concessions and waivers, as well as architectural control permit for the building site and design, and also approved the community amenities, which are the 8 low-income rental units, and also forwarded a recommendation of approval of the 3 BMR housing agreements and vesting tentative map to the City Council. Next slide, please. As I mentioned previously, the BMR housing agreement are being presented to the council because they include specific programmatic and administrative elements that are being modified to suit the program needs of Habitat for Humanity, who will be building the for sale component of this project, the BMR for sale component, I mean. The details of the different aspects of the guidelines being amended are included in the staff report, but just briefly to share with you the various sections that are being requested to be amended for this specific project. The first right of refusal, extending the affordable units to have a 99-year deed restriction, timing of when the home buyer education and sweat equity occurs, refinancing limitations, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. The applicant is also requesting a vesting tentative map under the titles 15 of the subdivision ordinance. This tentative map is to phase the project. It will allow reconfiguration of the lots to accept the apartment building and the open for sale in the first phase, and the second phase would be to create the for sale townhome units. The map would also allow to establish and abandon easements, and also condoize the townhome units for ownership. Next slide, please. So the staff is requesting that the council take 2 actions tonight. The first action would be to review and approve the 3 BMR agreements. And then the second action would be to approve the vested tentative map along with the conditions that the Planning Commission has recommended to the council. We request that you take these items separately, one at a time, and vote on them individually. And that concludes my brief introduction. I'm available to answer any questions, and we can turn it to the applicant if you would like for their presentation.
Thank you very much. So I believe we're now going to hear from the applicant. So welcome and thank you for your patience. I'm sure you learned a lot about automated license plate readers and other topics this evening. So welcome. I know you've waited a long time to be here. So thank you for your patience in more ways than one.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson, Vice Mayor Taylor, council members, staff, and members of the public. I am Peter Ty with the Sobrato organization. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present our project, 123 Independence Drive. I'm joined today by my colleagues, Maureen Sedonen and Costanza Osferheim from Habitat for Humanity, as well as Linda Klein from Cox Castle Nicholson. Next slide, please. About the sponsors. Sobrato is a local organization that's been part of the Bay Area since the 1950s. The ethos of the company is making the Bay Area a place of opportunity for all. It is shown through our philanthropic actions, as well as our approach towards real estate development. Habitat for Humanity is a household name and a national nonprofit with a large local presence. The mission of the organization is to create affordable home ownership opportunities for families. About 3 years ago, Sobrato began having discussions with Habitat about partnering to develop the affordable townhomes in this project. And we're happy to have them with us here to discuss their portion of the project in a few minutes. Next slide. I'll briefly touch upon the project and the vesting tentative map. The project is located in the Bayfront Belhaven neighborhood between Highway 101, 84, and Marsh Road. The surrounding area includes mid-rise commercial buildings, parking structures, future multifamily housing, and 11-story hotel. The project is zoned residential mixed-use bonus, and the project consists of 432 units, of which 316 are rentals and 116 are for-sale townhomes. The project incorporates an investing tentative map. The current parcels will be remapped and re-subdivided to create 5 new lots. Phase 1 will include Lot 1 and Lot A, with Lot B and D as the remainder lots. Lot C will be carved out of Lot D in a future Phase 2. Each of the parcels will have a staggered development timeline and have a separate phased final map. Lot A is the 5-story apartment building, 316 apartment units with 336 parking stalls. Lot 1 is the Paseo and the public park. The Paseo is a 20-foot wide Paseo that runs north-south through the project and will provide bike ped connections to the greater neighborhood network. The public park is located adjacent to the east of the Paseo. Lot C is the affordable townhomes, and it is centered to the community and right adjacent to the public park. This is where Habitat's 18 units will be located. These will consist of 2, 3, and 4-bedroom units and will be 3 stories with tuck-under parking. The balance of the townhomes will be market rate and will be spread over lots B and D. Those will also be 3-story and tuck-under parking. And with that, I will hand the presentation off to Costanza with Habitat with Humanity.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Constanza Esfira-Haim, and I'm the Vice President of Real Estate Development for Habitat Greater San Francisco. Next slide, please. So Habitat for Humanity is unique in the affordable housing space in the sense that we do affordable home ownership. And we do home ownership because we believe that it helps our families build equity in the communities that they serve. One of the things that a lot of folks don't know about Habitat is that we are also the project's mortgage lender, which allows us to provide mortgages at 0 down payment and 0 interest. We think that this is an incredibly important aspect of our program, especially in environments like we're in now with hyperinflation and high interest rates. We also cap housing costs at 30% of income, and that's inclusive of any HOA fees, insurance costs, and other housing expenses. We serve families at 50 to 100% of AMI. However, for this particular project, we have elected to serve families up to 80% AMI, which is low income. One thing I will talk about, and I'm excited to talk about, is our requirements for sweat equity. For this project, we have 500 hours of sweat equity. And what that means is not just, the homeowners helping swing hammers, but it means that we provide extensive educational courses in financial literacy, in how to be a homeowner and homeowner repairs. And so we help these first-time homeowners really transition from being renters into mortgage holders, homeowners, and members of an HOA. Next slide, please. As you can tell from these testimonials, many of our families feel that because they're homeowners, their children are more likely to be successful in academics, and that as a family, they will have much more financial security. And in addition to these testimonials and how folks feel, with their home ownership, there are numerous studies that find a direct and significant correlation in home ownership and improved childhood outcomes in academics, emotions, and behavioral outcomes. In addition to childhood outcomes, in terms of financial stability, a recent study from the Federal Reserve showed that a homeowner over their lifespan earns 40 times that net worth of a renter. So these outcomes, in our opinion, are significant. Next slide, please. I'll try and quickly go over the 8 reasonable equivalents that we're asking for. The first one is the right of first refusal. The reason that we ask for that is because our right of repurchase, what we do is every time a first-generation homeowner sells their home, we buy it back and we sell it to another qualified homeowner. And I believe your city requires a deed restriction of 55 years, but we do 99 years every time a home is sold. So that is the reason that we're asking for that alternative. Number 2, your BMR guidelines state that all members of an applicant household need to be first-time home buyers. We're requesting that only folks on title need to be first-time homeowners because we oftentimes serve multi-generational families with older folks that are now living in the home. For number 3, the BMR guidelines makes an exception to first-time home buyers' preference for households that already own BMR units. We are asking not to use this exception as we really are trying to serve low-income families that are in the most need and that have not already had an opportunity to be homeowners or BMR homeowners. For number 4, the BMR guideline states that households complete education prior to applying. Because we have a tried and true method of our own sweat equity hours and our own program, we are asking that, we select homeowners first and then they go through their sweat equity program. So ours is a little bit different because the selected homeowner is the one going through all these educational courses. However, we are amenable to a 90-minute informational session for homeowners if that would be helpful, or before folks are applicants. Next slide, please. So for number 5, we're also asking for an alternative to how we count homeowners' assets. So the way that we do it is that any liquid assets over $60,000 are assessed at 10% of that value and added to their annual income. And we do that because there are many times where folks are kind of on the border of being eligible, and that tiny little bit more that gets added to their income allows them to be eligible and qualified for home ownership. So from our perspective, this expands the pool of folks that are eligible and helps those at the lower income level. For number 6, discuss our refinancing options. So we don't typically allow refinancing. We do, as mentioned before, 0 interest, 0 down. And so our loans look a little bit different. And what we have found is that oftentimes when folks get a second loan, it increases the default risk and also increases the risk of predatory lending. So we are requesting our alternative on that. For number 7, with the resale process, ours is very similar in terms of the computed price calculation. However, we don't use realtors or a city designee because we do all of this in-house. Therefore, that's what we're asking for, is the ability to use our own computed resale value as well as not use a realtor. And this actually piggybacks into number 8, where we are officially requesting to be chosen as the city designee so that we can implement our system that we've been doing for over 30 years now. Next slide, please. So why do we do this? We're a nonprofit organization. We do it because we believe in the value of home ownership. We believe it provides legacy, it builds legacy, provides stability, and it creates equality and gives folks that are typically underserved the opportunity to build equity in communities like this, Menlo Park. Next slide, please. This is our project endorsers. Each one of these is made up of hundreds of different companies or different community-based organizations from the for-profit, nonprofit, and philanthropic sectors. These organizations vet every project that they endorse, so we greatly appreciate these endorsements. Next slide. And that actually concludes my presentation. So just want to thank you all very much and open it up for questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. At this time, I'd like to ask my colleagues, do we have any clarifying questions from the City Council before we open the public hearing? All right, I'm not seeing any. So I would like to officially open the public hearing. City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item I1, our public hearing to consider and adopt resolutions approving BMR housing agreements, testing tentative map for major subdivisions to create 116 for sale townhome units for the 123 Independence Drive Housing Development Project with a total of 432 dwelling units and 2,000 square feet of commercial space located at 119 Independence Drive, 123 through 125 Independence Drive, 127 Independence Drive, 1205 Chrysler Drive, and 130 Constitution Drive. Please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. And our first speaker will be Ali Saperman, followed by Matt Reagan.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ali Saperman, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition, a member-supported nonprofit that supports housing at all income levels in order to address the housing shortage, affordability, and displacement crisis. We are proud to be speaking in strong support of 123 Independence Drive. This project will be critical in supporting Menlo Park's RHNA targets and will make a significant impact to mitigate the housing crisis. Sbarro has gone above and beyond in their commitments to new affordable homes, above the mandated requirements. When you see a developer go above and beyond mandates, that is a clear indicator that they are committed to positive outcomes for the community. I also want to highlight Sbarro's choice of Habitat for Humanity as a partner. Habitat for Humanity has an incredible reputation in supporting those most impacted by the housing crisis. 123 Independence Drive is the type of project that will truly move the needle for housing. Please support this project tonight without any delays. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Matt Reagan, followed by Ross Silverstein.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Matt Regan. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Bay Area Council. We are a regional public policy organization comprised of about 350 of the Bay Area's largest employers, and I manage our housing policy and here to enthusiastically endorse this wonderful project. Just to put this in perspective, the importance of the vote tonight. This morning at between 4 and 5 a.m., 120,000 people got out of their beds in their homes up and down the Central Valley and drove over the Altamont Pass and other roads into the Bay Area to their jobs here. And that is because we as a region have failed our lower income workforce in our efforts to build housing in our region to meet the needs of our region's population and economic growth. This project is critical to solve that problem. Not only is it a project that will provide a lot of new housing, it provides a unique type of new housing in that, as the project sponsor explained, Habitat for Humanity builds affordable for sale housing, which is not something you see every day. And affordable for sale housing solves a number of problems. Not only does it provide housing for people who need it at an income level or at a price point that they can afford, but it also helps people get their feet on the bottom rung of the economic security ladder. Homeownership is the most proven methodology of building wealth, and not just for the first generation, but generational wealth. The children and grandchildren of the owners of these units will benefit as well. So we would urge that you approve the BMR agreements and approve the vesting tentative map, and looking forward greatly to seeing this project progress and seeing 300 to 400 new homes for residents of Menlo Park come out of the ground in the very near future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ross Silverstein, followed by Roseanne Faust. Ross, you should be able to engage your microphone at this time. Okay, Ross, I'm going to return to you. So at this time, I'm moving on to Roseanne Faust, and this will also be the final call for public comment on our public hearing item I-1.
Good evening, Mayor Wallison, Vice Mayor Taylor, members of the City Council. I am very excited to be here tonight to support this project of the Sobrato Organization and Habitat for Humanity on behalf of SAMCETA. SAMCETA is the San Mateo County Economic Development Association. There is not a day that goes by that my work at SAMCETA doesn't put me in some type of conversation about housing. I want to commend the City of Menlo Park in what you have done for housing, and I encourage you to fully support this project. It is not often that you have two community partners in both Sobrato and Habitat that come together in such a way that I'm smiling as I'm speaking to you. And I really appreciate these organizations' commitment to community, because I'm not sure you can find two finer organizations out there. People have discussed the number of units. They have discussed the for sale aspect of Habitat. They have discussed what is being asked of you tonight. And I just want to say that you all have the opportunity to affect lives and to affect future generations by approving this project. And I really commend, as a former council member, I commend the work that you do, the time that you take, and the effort that you put into it. And I want to thank all of you and strongly encourage you to fully support this project. It is an exciting moment for it and for the future of our area that we can build on, and that you can encourage other jurisdictions to continue to provide more and more housing that we so desperately need in our area. Thank you again, and I appreciate your public service and appreciate the organizations that are before you this evening. Thank you.
Okay, returning to Ross Silverstein.
Hi, City Council. Is my microphone working now?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm really happy to see more development and housing around Menlo Park. And I really love the Habitat for Humanity presentation. I also really like seeing more townhomes in the area and hope we can maybe eventually rezone more of Menlo Park to allow for more townhomes around. I do want to comment around my disappointment in the missed opportunity to create a real form of neighborhood in the Bayfront area of Menlo Park, though. By approving this development without any retail at all, we're telling the residents who are going to live in this complex that there isn't really a neighborhood for them to engage with. In the entire area, there's one single restaurant in the lobby of a hotel. There are no grocery stores at all. I don't know if there are any stores for people to go shopping. Anyone who lives in these apartments and townhomes is either going to need to live their daily life out of a delivery app or drive for every single day-to-day errand they make. So while I'm really excited about the broader development we have around the city, I want to encourage the City Council and the Planning Commission to think about these developments as an opportunity to actually create community in these mixed-use neighborhoods instead of having separate siloed areas for living, working, dining, and shopping. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So with that, I will now close the public hearing and open it up for City Council discussion. Actually, I first just want to thank all of the public commenters that spoke. So are there comments, questions, discussion on 1, 2, 3 Independence? Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I think it looks like a great project. I do have a few questions about the resolution. And actually, I'll ask first, did you have changes to the resolution that you wanted to bring forward? Thank you.
Sure, thanks for the opportunity to address that. Staff was made aware of some potential changes to the resolution. So if the council would like to, at the appropriate time, staff can read those changes into the record. There are essentially based on guidance we got earlier, there could be the need to make some clarifying changes to the resolution for the BMR agreements, specifically recital 2 in the findings, to more clearly delineate that there are multiple BMR agreements, one for a rental component of 56 units and an for sale component for the 18 low income for sale BMR units. And then further clarify kind of the proposed modifications or findings regarding the modifications for the for sale BMR component for Habitat. So we can project those on the screen at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Then I have no further questions.
Just a follow-up, Councilmember Nash, do you want to clue us into what these amendments or changes are? I'm curious where you're going with this.
I can do that. I mean,
If I may, to address Mayor Wilson's comment, if City Clerk Herron could project the redlined version that I sent over. And for the full council's benefit, Councilmember Nash did alert staff to some clarity that could be provided to this recital in the resolution. As the council and the community will see, essentially we're recommending that the strikeout in the middle of the paragraph where it reads, 18 for sale low income affordable units, there was a comma and then 56 apartment units. So that remainder of that sentence would be struck and then moved up front. Effectively, there was a a combination of two separate thoughts in that long sentence. And so this provides some clarity that the rental BMR, we would add after the first statement under BMR agreements, the text, the rental BMR agreement provides 56 low-income BMR rental units, inclusive of the 8 low-income BMR rental units provided as the project community amenity. And the for sale BMR agreement provides 18 low-income for sale BMR units. We would then further clarify the third BMR agreement that the alternate BMR or for sale BMR agreement would provide 18 moderate income for sale BMR units if Habitat for Humanity Greater San Francisco is unable to proceed. So those are the 3 agreements before the council this evening, further clarified here in this recital in findings in the resolution. So no
So
change
this
to.
isn't changing any policy or any substantive changes, they're clarifications.
Yeah, I should have started with that. There's no change to content or the council's findings. It's simply providing more clarity regarding the 3 BMR agreements and each BMR agreement's purpose.
Thank you. Councilmember Dorr.
A clarification question on Exhibit E. I was reading through that section and it mentioned on page I 1.227, operation of the BMR for sale units, the sale to moderate income households. And hearing what was just shared about the Habitat for Humanity, it sounds like this is not what's being used. Okay, because I was getting confused because it said moderate. If it falls out, okay.
Yeah, so there's 3 BMR agreements. Exhibit E, the one you're asking about, would be used in the event that Habitat falls out of the deal. So the way it's structured, everyone's intention is for Habitat to go forward with Serato as their partner. But if for some reason they're not able to get their full financing or they can't deliver on the timetable, to ensure that the city gets delivery of the right number of affordable units at the right time, we have a contingency plan where Serato would have to provide its own affordable units integrated in with the rest of the townhomes. However, those would be provided at a moderate income unit. The advantage to the city of making these modifications and allowing the partnership with Habitat is that we get a deeper level of affordability than ordinarily we would have.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Combs, Vice Mayor Taylor. Yeah. It looks like. Okay. I don't have any questions. I think it's fabulous. I think for sale is what people want. I think for sale BMR and then for sale BMR at deeper affordability. I think it's a really creative way to get to that deeper affordability. I think this might be like a model for future where we're looking at kind of land dedication and these standalone kind of properties that are embedded within market rate properties. It really kind of allows a really creative way of delivering different housing types for our community without creating a situation that's kind of a segregated by income level, because it's within the same project and everyone's playing at the park together and they get to know their neighbors. So I'm ready to make a motion unless there's other comments on this item. Yes, Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, thanks. I'm also supportive of the project and really excited about this unique combination, which I don't think we've seen quite like this in Menlo Park in the past. I did want to be responsive to the public comment about the overall community that we're zoning for and allowing to develop in the Bayfront. And the idea is that there are some of these larger projects that will have retail or do have like retail components. But I do want to say that it's easy to from here sort of require retail, and it's another thing to actually have sustaining long-term retail. And that takes a critical mass, and it's not quite clear that we're there just yet with the critical mass that really, I think, can support a variety of some of those fundamental sort of retail retail offerings. I will say that I know there was a coffee shop in the hotel. There was a coffee bar over there that closed, that was open to the public. That obviously closed because it wasn't getting enough foot traffic, especially with the pandemic and the drop off of the workforce over there. So it's a delicate balance, and I definitely hear the public comment. But overall, I think this is a really exciting project and something that the developer, Habitat for Humanity, and everyone who is involved has a lot to be excited about and proud about.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Taylor, please.
And thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Combs, for bringing up the public comment. And I do appreciate this project, especially if you look at what's happening in Bayfront now. I think your project will be a complement. And it's too bad that you weren't first building it. But also just to talk about having some community serving retail there. We do have a zoning discussion coming up, something I brought up before. I'll bring it up again, and I won't discuss that any further at this moment. And I will second your motion, Mayor Willison.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Dora wants to say something.
Yes, completely agree with everyone else on the dais. Just want to call out how grateful I am that you all went through this as a developer working with this group that wants to do deeply affordable housing, Habitat for Humanity. And I'm hoping that in the future we can work to make the processes for folks who want to do this deeply affordable work and an innovative way of having a relationship with the affordable housing units, make it easier and make sure that more projects like this can go through without it being a long process. But thank you so much for your work, and excited to vote on this.
Councilmember Nash.
And just to jump in, I also want to thank you for the family units, because these are units that have more bedrooms and will really accommodate families and are greatly needed. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're very excited. So I see a motion and a second already made with our electronic system. City Clerk Karen, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Willison and a second by Vice Mayor Taylor to adopt resolutions approving the following actions associated with the project at 123 Independence Drive. The first being 3 below market rate housing agreements for the provisions of 56 BMR rental units and 18 for sale BMR townhome units affordable to low income households. And the second, vesting tentative map for a major subdivision to modify the parcel configuration and to create 116 for sale townhome units. And this will also include the red line edits provided by staff to the agreement resolution. Any further city council question or discussion? Okay, seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. And thank you to the Sprotta organization, Habitat for Humanity, for your hard work on this, and congratulations. Okay, we are now moving on to J, which is our regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The first regular business item is J1, direct staff to return with funding agreements authorizing the grant of below market rate housing funds as follows. 1, $2 million for Habitat for Humanity of Greater San Francisco. 2, $2 million for Mid-Penn Housing, Inc. And 3, $180,000 to Rebuilding Together Peninsula, and to provide direction on a notice of funding availability application at 1162 El Camino Real. And here to introduce this item is our new housing manager, Tim Wong. Good evening, Mr. Wong, and welcome to the City of Menlo Park.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Correct. Okay. One moment. Okay. So just want to make sure everyone sees my screen. Okay, very good. So I have a very brief presentation. But tonight before you is staff is requesting that the City Council consider BMR Housing Fund recommendations. And secondly, staff is requesting that the council provide direction on a project at 1162 El Camino Real. But starting off regarding the city's BMR Housing Fund NOFA, or Notice of Funding Availability. The NOFA was released in December of 2022. And initially we had set a $2 million NOFA amount. However, during the NOFA period, additional in lieu BMR fees were paid to the city. Therefore, the city increased the NOFA amount. And the city received 4 applications, and on August 2nd, the Housing Commission recommended approving 3 of the applications for a total amount of $4.18 million. And this provides you a summary of the various applications, and you can see that the HIP housing, the application for 11.3 million, was not approved, but staff wants to clarify that this does not preclude HIP housing from future funding. And the reason that this application was not funded was because of its high cost, and the project is still being discussed. And so we have been discussing with HIP and hope to receive an application from them in the future. But for this cycle, this round, they were not approved for funding. After the NOFA closed, the city also did receive an application for a rent assistance program from Bellhaven Action.
Hi, Mr. Wong.
Sure.
I want to provide an update. The city manager and I received an email this evening from Bellhaven Action withdrawing this proposal. And then we did receive a public comment from Ms. Croft representing a different organization, referring to a program that sounded very similar. So I just wanted to point out that that's all the information I have.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Mayor Wollaston. Then I will skip to the next slide. Okay, so also staff is asking for direction from the City Council regarding how to proceed with 1162 El Camino Real. As part of it, Prince Street Partners is exploring options to fulfill its BMR requirements for their other 2 projects on Santa Cruz Ave and Merrill Street. And they are looking into the option of putting their BMR requirements on 1162 El Camino Real. And the BMR guidelines do allow for off-site fulfillment of BMR requirements. And so the developer is looking into donating 1162 El Camino Real as fulfillment of the BMR requirements for all their projects, or partnering with an affordable housing developer to create an affordable housing development to also fulfill their BMR requirements. And currently what they have is their current BMR agreements require them to provide BMR units by 2026 or pay an in lieu fee. And just to further parse this discussion is that, as mentioned in the staff report, they can provide the land. However, the land is 1162 El Camino Real is about a quarter acre, a little bit larger. So therefore, it wouldn't generate that many units based on the size of the project. And because it's a smaller size project, 9 to maybe 15 units currently as proposed, there's not a whole lot of funding out there from state or federal sources. So to proceed on that way, the city would have to, in all likelihood, finance an affordable housing project on that site. Or on the flip side, with in lieu housing, in paying an in lieu fee, the city would receive the funds that it could use for another affordable housing project, but there's this opportunity to have land in Menlo Park, which, as the council knows, is a very scarce resource, if you will. And to be able to control a parcel of land could be a great opportunity also. So based on some of those facts, staff is looking for direction on how the council wishes staff to proceed with this particular project. So before you is staff's recommendation, and that concludes staff's presentation, and be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wong. City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on regular business item J1, direct staff to return with funding agreements authorizing the grant of BMR housing funds as follows. Number 1, $2 million to Habitat for Humanity of Greater San Francisco. Number 2, $2 million from Mid-Penn Housing Corp. And number 3, $180,000 to Rebuild Together Peninsula to provide direction on a NOFA application at 1162 El Camino Real. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. All right. So our first speaker will be Greg Bernard, followed by Julie Shanson. And Greg was an in-person commenter, but I do not see Greg here. I'm going to go to our next speaker, Julie Shanson.
Thank you, and good evening. I'm Julie Shanson, and I wanted to thank the council for all you're doing on behalf of increasing the housing stock, and specifically the housing stock for people under 80% of the area median income. At the same August 2nd Housing Commission meeting, there was a presentation from Samaritan House where Constance Taylor reminded us that we live in the most expensive county in California, and that we have the greatest, well, she didn't say it, but I reminded the council that we have the greatest inequality here, income inequality in our town, where we have very few people in the middle and lots of people who make a lot and lots of people who don't make a lot. In the interest of just addressing displacement in an area that has had the highest number of residents under 80% of the area median income, I strongly encourage the council at a future juncture to look at deepening, using BMR funds to deepen affordability of existing below market rate units. I think especially at the private developers have built a lot of quote unquote affordable housing at the 80% AMI that's just not attainable for anyone working here in any sort of service job. If you're working a minimum wage job, you make closer to 30% of the area median income and would need housing at that level in order to stay close to your job and not become one of those 120,000 people that's commuting every day from the Central Valley. Just as an aside, I know that in the past, the City Council has voted before 10:30 whether they were going to continue past 11. It being 10:51, I know you're trying to move things along. In general, I think it takes a lot of patience and a night owl temperament to be up this late. Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is the final call, and I'll also invite Greg up if Greg is perhaps back in chambers or maybe participating remotely. And I am not seeing Greg or other hands or cards. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So we have two questions before us. One is if we're comfortable with the staff's recommendations for funding the NOFA applicants as suggested. So first I wanted to see if there's anyone, I'm in support of staff recommendations. I'm seeing a nod from Councilmember Dorr, a nod from Councilmember Nash, a nod from Councilmember Combs. Vice Mayor Taylor, are you in support of the staff recommendations for the 3 NOFA fundings as outlined? Okay, so we got half of that done. The other question is direction on the project at 1162 El Camino Real, who is requesting a very large amount. And Mr. Wong did a good job explaining kind of what the challenge is with that project receiving, because it's so small, receiving some of the more typical affordable housing funding sources. And so I believe staff is seeking direction on whether we want to pursue using BMR funds to help that project go, or can you elaborate a little bit more exactly on the direction you're seeking from us?
So in regards to 1162 El Camino Real, yeah, staff is looking for direction. If the council would like staff to continue pursuing developing the land on 1162, understanding that there could be a serious or a significant city investment in any affordable development on that property, or should the council want staff just to receive the in lieu fees, which is a simpler, cleaner, if you will, option in this for this property?
Well, let me ask a question regarding the trade-off. So if we were to receive in lieu fees, would we be able to invest in units and more units than what is, and I can't remember if this is outlined in the staff report, than what is being proposed in the staff report, it being proposed for this project? I mean, and then I guess there are questions on like location, affordability level, that type of thing, but are we getting a good bang for the buck, I guess? And we know it's very expensive to build here.
Thank you, Mayor Willison, for the question. Deanna Chow, the Assistant Community Development Director. So I think maybe just even as taking a step further back, as Mr. Wong mentioned, so this is a question about 1162 El Camino Real, which it's a 9-unit project that has been approved. It has 3 BMR units. 2 of the BMR units are a requirement of a separate project located at 506-556 Santa Cruz Avenue, 1125 Merrill Street, and then 1 unit for the inclusionary requirement for the project itself. And so this particular project has again, the 3 units, the applicant Prince Street Partners has indicated that this is not the right time to be building this particular project. So the 2 units are still required. And so per the BMR agreement, they could put them on site, which I know that has been sort of the desire, like let's build the units on site. This is a great location next to the train station in close proximity to the downtown and services. We are getting a lower income unit at this particular development, but absent of actually building the development, then what are the other options? So one of them is paying a residential in lieu fee, which we do not know the dollar amount at this point, or the applicant has also offered up the opportunity to provide the land to the city. We also do not know the dollar amount to that. And so that would be something that staff would need to further investigate. What are the values between the two? Is this, not only a dollar amount, but is there sort of long-term gain from having land in this particular area? Many of the things that you mentioned in terms of dollar amounts, income categories, number of units to be provided. I know HIP housing, one of the considerations of why it was not recommended for advancement is that they're still considering what might be the best project, right? So 9 unit, they can take over from 1162. We have the plans, or maybe splitting up some of the units or adding another floor or moving some of the parking, reconfiguring some of the space. So they're still trying to consider what might be the best option. And again, probably lowering some of the income categories of even the BMR units that were incorporated into the 1162 development. So it's sort of a 2-part question of what sort of pursuit, where does the council would like to provide staff in terms of an in lieu fee, or consider additional conversations with the developer on donation of the land, and that's just for the two BMR units. And then furthermore, is this type of project with HIP housing something that the council would like us to consider, knowing that for these sort of smaller sized projects, the competitiveness for funding is lower than other larger projects. And so there would probably be a greater subsidy per unit if this is something that the council would like us to pursue.
Thank you. I'm seeing some leanings forward. I saw the first one from Vice Mayor Taylor, actually.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. And I am definitely not interested in funding this project, $11.3 million, 1.2 million per door, unless it is a home ownership project, definitely not for a rental. I would be interested in the donation of the land to the city.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. Councilmember Dorr?
I'm interested as well in donation and or seeing what that in lieu fee would be, and getting a sense from you all about the monetary value of both of those would be helpful.
Councilmember Nash?
I am also interested in the land donation. And I'm not interested in the NOFA as it's currently has been requested.
And Councilmember Combs?
Do we have some understanding of a range as it relates to the in lieu fee, like per unit? Like, are we talking 300,000, 500,000 like unit? I mean,
I don't have a specific dollar amount. I know that the applicant, I think, has shared a number, but we haven't vetted that.
but there's a formula, right? It's not that the applicant says like, oh, I have to deliver 2 units, or here, let me, sort of conjure up a price.
Right. So we do not currently have a formula. The agreement requires them to prepare a study that would determine the value.
A value based on, the study would look at what, like
The cost to construct the units.
2 units. Okay. All right. Thanks. So I am, if I understand this, like Prince Street obviously developed the Merrill Santa Cruz project, and as a result of that, has to deliver 2 units. And there actually are units in that project that they developed. But so they have to deliver 2 units as a part of that. And so now we're getting dirt, and so we're getting a project of which is not clear like how it's going to cost, how much it's going to cost. They have concluded that the project is going to be too costly for them and it's not the right environment for them to build the project. And so what they're saying is, hey, city, why don't you take this land and build this project or something similar that we already think that we're not going to make any money off of. That to me is a deal I don't want to take. Like, they have an obligation to deliver 2 units. And what they're saying is, here is a possible project of which we've already concluded we can't make any money on, or we don't think we're going to make any money on. I don't see how that's a good deal for the city. They have an obligation to deliver 2 units. They deliver 2 units, or we see what the formula is. But what we shouldn't be in the business of is like sort of taking on a project of which we have no understanding of how long it's going to take or what the ultimate cost is going to be.
Councilmember Nash?
Pardon the interruption, just given the time, we will need to do a time check and see if we are able to continue past 11 p.m. Okay, by acclamation,
Okay,
we
we're going.
can continue. Thank you. Sorry, City Councilmember Nash.
So my understanding is the reason why they're not interested in doing it is they're a for-profit organization that has decided not to do it. I don't know all the details, of course. But I think that we're in a different situation, that this is a piece of property downtown on El Camino, a block from the train station, which seems like an ideal place for housing. And to be able to put affordable housing there is terrific. We are upzoning it so that we can do more than what was requested at the time, or what was has been approved at the of the 9 units. There definitely is a question mark as to how much that costs us, but at this point, it's a piece of property that is blank. The demolition's been done, so I assume that we could probably turn around and sell it. Worst case, if we cannot, if the building the affordable housing is not viable. So I guess the question is that something where the city could sell the property if at some point it becomes more advantageous to do that than to build affordable housing there?
And I'll let the city manager answer that question, but it just like, again, that takes what was for us a really simple transaction. It's like, you get to build your building, we get our 2 units. And now it's turned into a very complicated real estate transaction with lots of possible outcomes of which we have no control over, of which, again, we were just supposed to get our 2 units. And so I'll let the city manager answer the question, but I think it speaks to what the concern I have about what's happening here.
Let's see. So through the mayor, I guess I'd almost kind of propose a suggestion that we actually can come back specifically regarding the 1162 property. We can provide a little bit more context. I know there's other things on the agenda that we do need to get through this evening. So I think the most important thing that I heard is that the council would like some additional information, definitely understanding the difference between the donation, in lieu fee, and then what the project obligations were. So I think that we could just come back at another time for that agenda item. As a separate agenda item, discrete agenda item.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think we're looking for more information. And then how the city would handle being kind of the owner of the land. So I know we have some public land that we hope we own, the parking lots, which we're going to be putting out some RFPs and coming up with plans to develop. So I don't know if this is an easy add-on to that or like what kind of staff time it takes, or would we be granting it to to HIP housing. So I think there's just a lot of questions. So I think we've raised more questions than direction. So I think having this come back. So then I think then it would behoove us, given the hour, to bifurcate and go ahead and someone to make a motion on the NOFA funding, and then to have staff come back, as City Manager Murphy mentioned. And I see that Councilmember Dorr just made that motion and Councilmember Nash just seconded it. So are there any further thoughts on that, or is everyone comfortable with that coming back? I'm seeing sleepy nods.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so City Clerk Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Doer and a second by City Council Member Nash to direct staff to return with funding agreements authorizing the grant of BMR housing funds as follows: 1 to 2 million to Habitat for Humanity, and the second 2 million to Mid-Penn Housing. And then confirmation on the third.
That's 180,000 to Rebuilding Together.
Perfect. RTP. Thank you. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none. Please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. We are now moving on to K, our informational items. Informational items are transmitted. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Wong and Ms. Chow. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our informational item K1, City Council agenda topics, participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table. Return to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating in virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in, please press *9 now. And this will be the final call for public comment on our informational items. K1. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So are there any comments or questions from council on the informational items? Not seeing any. I'm going to go ahead and move on to L, which is City Council initiated item. In accordance with City Council Procedure CC 20013, City Council initiated items, following agenda items are to be considered by the City Council, and the City Council can ask staff questions regarding preliminary scope, analysis, and resource requirements. After discussion with the motion and second, the City Council may take one of the following actions: direct the city manager to prioritize staff resources to prepare a formal staff report for further City Council consideration and/or action, or direct the item to an advisory body for preparation of a formal staff report with no additional staff support required, or direct the city manager to prepare a formal staff report for further City Council consideration as resources are available, or direct action to the City Council's annual goal setting process. So the City Council initiated item that we have this evening is L1, direction on the mobile market. So City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on this City Council initiated item?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item L1, direction on the mobile market, if you're participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 at this time. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. And our first speaker will be Pam Jones.
Good evening, and thank you for staying after 11. Pam Jones. In regards to the mobile market, it's interesting that as a person that goes to the market almost every week, that there's been no notification that it was about to end. On the other hand, this is a perfect opportunity for going back to having the standard farmers market, which is something that I've heard other community members would like to have. Thank you.
You for your comment. So this is the final call for public comment on our city council initiated item L1. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, please continue.
Thank you. And I would like to turn it over to Vice Mayor Taylor, who asked that this item be considered. Please, Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Willison and city council members. This item is on our agenda because recently I found out that the mobile market will be ending as of October 29th of this year. I am not sure how long the market has been in operation. I know that it is actually a very invaluable tool on Sunday mornings for community members, not just in the Bellhaven neighborhood, but throughout Menlo Park. Once I learned about the market ending, I reached out to the city manager to meet with the providers just to see what's possible. I am looking for just to prevent an interruption in service so that it continues until the end of the year. With the cost, it is definitely not sustainable, at least not for the city to pay for. It would give us a little time to figure out next steps. I'm sure that there is something else out there that can be an open market. And that is why this is on the agenda. And I will seek the city manager's input from here.
Please, City Manager Murphy.
Yes, so as the Vice Mayor said, she and I met with representatives from Good Roots. And so, and again, as the Vice Mayor said, the current mobile market is scheduled to end on October 29th. So one thing that was discussed was in years past, the mobile market would go on a hiatus in between mid-December to end of January. So to be able to continue some form of the market through the remainder of this calendar year, that would be an additional 7 or so Sundays. I can say based off the information I was provided that it would be quite expensive to continue it in the fashion that it was done previously, but I believe the provider was interested in engaging with the city on a scaled back version with some city assistance. So I think the decision that the council needs to make this evening is if there's a desire to continue some level of operation with city assistance, that would pretty much, with it being continuous, would need to be an item that comes back to the city council on October 10th or October 24th. What it would involve is a budget amendment, some sort of appropriation, and some sort of agreement. We have like template agreements. I went ahead and shared an example of one of those template agreements with the provider. So it's this was not something that was planned. This is an example of something that we can work towards. I don't know exactly who would work on this. It might be me. I'm willing to do that. So that's not an issue because it's not a trade-off of, say, like transportation staff. So it'd pretty much be the assistant city manager or I that would just work on it specifically.
Can we back up for just a moment? I'm not as familiar with the mobile market. Can you give us some context about what exactly it is and where the funding was coming from and what you've learned about why it's stopping?
Let's see. So the as has been stated by a couple of people this evening, it was it would take place on Ivy Plaza and outside the city's branch library on Sundays, and it's been going on for a few years. Most recently, especially during the pandemic, I think it originally started as more of a walk-up farmers market. Most recently, it was more of a drive up, and especially given the pandemic and some of the limitations there. It was served, there's a location in Ivy Plaza and also one in East Palo Alto. The funding for the vast majority of it was coming from Facebook, then Meta, and that funding is ceasing at the end of October.
And was the food free to recipient or,
It wasn't free. It was there's aspects of it that were deeply discounted.
okay. And did Meta provide notification to the city that it was ending or?
Yes, they did provide notification to me. I believe at a minimum the vice mayor, as she said, and so then that's why we kind of met with directly with the got the contact information from Meta to be able to meet with the provider to get a little bit more information.
So is the request that you're seeking that we can bring back some type of item in October to discuss a plan forward before it goes dark until the end of the year?
Yes.
Okay, and then City Manager Murphy, in terms of agenda management, I know we have a lot going on and you just stated that you'd be working on this. You feel like that would work within staff capacity without, I guess the question is, what won't get done?
Yeah, there will be an impact. Frankly, Mayor, today I committed to a few people that I would try to figure out what wouldn't get done, and I have not had time to even make that analysis whatsoever. So.
Okay, so but if you were to
something will
come
not get
back-
done.
if you
Something
were to
will not
come
get
back
done.
And
Yes.
if we discuss it, we'll
Yeah.
have a better idea. at
Yeah,
that time.
exactly. Yes.
Okay. I'm seeing two people, Councilmember Combs.
So I have visited the market, but not for some time. You said the food was provided discount, but there isn't any sort of means testing for those who can purchase it, right?
No,
Right. And
it's open.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then like how much like are we talking about as far as is there some, I mean, obviously you met with a provider and so they have some sense of what, well, they're essentially telling you replace Meta. So what is that figure?
So do you want me to? Thank you, City Manager Murphy. So we're asking for the scaled back version. So not the Meta style where there would be this huge subsidy. There's a menu that actually comes out tomorrow, so you could actually look to see what it looks like. But it definitely wouldn't be that. It would be scaled back in an open market, so folks could walk up. It would no longer be mobile because it's more expensive to do the mobile.
And so, but how much?
Well,
Like, it still need a price.
Right. We don't have the dollar amount. I don't think Good Roots provided that information yet, even though the city manager and myself did request it. So we don't know, but it definitely won't be at the scale that it was. So it could be under, I'm saying under $20,000. It could be slightly over, I'm not sure.
So where I'm at is that like, I want a price, or I'm not supportive of like 1 minute being spent on it until I have some idea of like the price that I'm working with. Like, I mean, that's just, because if you tell me that like, this is $50,000, then I'm gonna say no. Maybe if you say something like under 10, I would be more supportive of it. But at the end of the day, it's just like a business decides that it can't function. And so why should the city step in? In what instances should the city step in and say that we're going to pay for that to continue? I'm just being blunt. There isn't an ongoing farmers market at the Minalto Plaza, because I imagine one wouldn't be supported there. And so one doesn't exist there. And so at some point, Meta, Facebook decided that they would subsidize this, and now they've decided that they're out of that business. And so I think that like the city then shouldn't be rushed into making a decision that it's going to replace Meta. in the funding, in the same way that if this was a storefront, if there was a market and it went out of business, it would just go out of business. There wouldn't be the obligation for the city to step in, or no one would look to the city to step in and then take over that.
And that part, I definitely understand your perspective. I'm looking at this as one, we're getting near the holidays. Two, it's food. It's not an optional need. I mean, it's a need that everyone has. And so I'm looking at how do we continue it and pay for it if there's money available in a fund specifically for that area anyways. So why not? So it's not the city's general fund paying for it.
Okay, well, that, if there is a sense that there is some funds specifically for this community that would be identified, and that's where that would go, then I'm fine with that.
So I believe the fund that you're referring to is the Bayfront Mitigation Fund. And I'm wondering if there is an opportunity, since it would be below the city manager's signing authority, to be able to do something with a little bit more directly? Or is that something that we could take action on tonight?
I can say that you can't take action on it tonight
Okay.
because it's not appropriated money. So, so no, it would need to come back.
Okay, thank you.
Has anyone contacted Meta about our concerns about entering the holiday season and then, I guess, abruptly stop? I know they've often articulated what good community partners they are and kind of stopping this short of the end of the year. I'm just curious if the city has reached out to them and explained our concerns around the lead up time to be able to come up with a longer term plan.
If you're asking me specifically, I have not specifically asked them that. They're pretty clear that it was going to be ending. That part I was clear. I haven't followed back up with them.
I did ask and I have not had a reply today as of yet.
Okay, I would just suggest that if this is coming back to us, and I would be supportive of this coming back, given the situation, that at least a formal ask in the spirit of community partnership and their long-term commitment to especially the Bellhaven neighborhood, that they reconsider the end date and at least bring us through the holidays and the end of the year. So, but I'm supportive of bringing it back. I'm seeing a nod from Councilmember Dorr.
Again, under the idea that there are specific funds identified, and we feel that that's totally in line with an appropriate use of those funds.
Yeah,
I
and that's what we
would-
can discuss when it comes back. But it sounds like there is a path forward that you may be comfortable with. So, okay. All right. Is that the direction that you need, City Manager Murphy?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Taylor, is that, okay, thank you very much. Oh, now we're moving on to M, which is City Council reconsideration. The City Council Procedures Manual allows a city council member of the prevailing majority to make a motion for reconsideration of a city council agenda item. Pursuant to the reconsideration procedure, the city council may discuss the item and ask staff questions. After discussion, the city council may take one of the following actions. With a motion and second, direct staff to agendize the reconsideration of authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Team Sheeper Inc. to operate Burgess Pool and the future Menlo Park Community Campus Aquatic Center, or no motion for reconsideration will be entertained. So the item for City Council reconsideration is M1, direction on the reconsideration, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Team Sheeper Inc. to operate Burgess Pool and the future Menlo Park Community Campus Aquatic Center, specifically regarding solo aquatic services. So City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comment items on this city council reconsideration agenda item?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item M1, direction on the reconsideration authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Team Sheeper Inc. to operate Burgess Pool in the future MPCC Aquatic Center, specifically regarding solo aquatics. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table. Return to me at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And our first speaker will be Scott M. Scott, you should be able to unmute your end at this point. Scott, it does look like you put your raised hand down. I'll give you a couple more seconds if you would like to comment on item M1. Okay, hand remained down. I am seeing no further hands or cards. So Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. All right, so a couple of weeks ago, we authorized the city manager to execute the 5-year aquatics operator agreement with Team Sheeper for both the Burgess Pool and the future Menlo Park Community Campus, and I voted in support of this agreement. And since that meeting, I have felt uneasy about one part of the discussion regarding the pool agreement, particularly as it related to not requiring Team Sheeper to engage Solo Aquatics for services at MPCC while requiring and grandfathering Solo Aquatics at Burgess Pool. I found it very moving to hear from all of the families at that meeting about how Solo had really impacted positively their lives and how much their children have enjoyed the program. And upon reflection, I realized that I didn't fully take the time to digest Vice Mayor Taylor's comments about how she was also moved by those comments and how she wanted to see the wonderful programs that were described, not just at Burgess, but at citywide, including in Belhaven at the new Menlo Park Community Campus, especially considering the horrible history of racial segregation of pools in our country. As I further contemplated that discussion, I realized I didn't really give it my full attention. And so I have requested that this item be reconsidered. And I'm hopeful that a agreement will be met and we can find an appropriate resolution to that matter. So that's why I have brought it forward this evening. I believe we have received both email from Solo Aquatics and from Team Sheeper, from Solo Aquatics, expressing their interest and desire in providing an equivalent service in at the new MPCC pool. So I wanted to thank you for that. And we've also received an email from Team Sheeper expressing their commitment to providing an equivalent service as the one that was described by those families at the new MPCC pool. So I'm feeling more comfortable. I felt like at that meeting, it wasn't totally clear what the plan was. And so I actually wanted to just ask staff if they had any elaboration on kind of what that plan would be, so we can feel assured that the community of Belhaven is going to, as was articulated at the last meeting, reap the benefits that all children in our community deserve when it comes to the programming. So I don't know if I should turn it over to you, Mr. Reinhardt, but and then I'm curious, or Mr. Stolte, and then I'm curious to hear my colleagues' thoughts on the matter, because I really just wanted to give this topic a moment to breathe, because I think sometimes, and again, it's 11:30 again, and I appreciate everyone coming out again. late on this item, but sometimes when it's late and we're racing to get folks home, we can go a little too fast. So Mr. Stolte.
Thank you, Mayor. So the plan would be, especially with the interest from both parties, to offer equivalent services, just to continue discussions there. The requirement to provide equivalent services at MPCC is in the contract, in the agreement as well. So those meetings have been happening and the discussions are ongoing. So I think we can continue that this week.
So I'd actually, Vice Mayor Taylor, I'm very interested in your comfort level for the current phrasing in the agreement that there will be those equivalent services. And what, if any, reassurances you feel you need to have to feel like that'll be a reality?
Thank you, Mayor Willison, and I appreciate the reconsideration, but honestly, I would still vote no on the contract.
Yeah, I totally respect that and understand that. I'm just wondering if there's anything that can, given the statements by the pool operator here, if there's anything else you feel that we could receive that would, I realize you might not vote yes on or that you wouldn't necessarily vote yes on the agreement, but that someone could say or have that would at least make you feel like that there's a commitment to implement those equivalent services.
I think with or without it, you would still have the votes to move forward with the provider. But I still have the same feelings that I had at the last meeting. Like, that hasn't changed.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. Councilmember Combs?
Yeah, thanks. So I appreciate you feeling the need to bring this back, Mayor Wilson. I certainly have been, and that's part of voting one way and sort of thinking, should I have thought about that a bit more? So I just want to share my perspective. And so there is a desire that there are equal services, are relatively equal services at both pools. And part of the providing of that was this idea that we wanted one provider for both pools. And then that was a key element, that we wouldn't have a separate providers. And that was one of the main ways for ensuring that you did have equivalent services. And obviously it's actually spelled out in the contract. And I don't think when it comes to the actual operator who we're signing the full contract with, and who has, for the most part, exclusive access of both pools, to put that obligation on them. Where I would part ways is to then say that obligation should be put upon Solo in some way. Their being grandfathered in was based specifically on their history at Burgess. And they don't have exclusive access. And so I don't think that their obligation then should carry over to the new pool. And while I appreciate that, yes, when it comes to access to pools across the country, there is a really disappointing history of discrimination. I think that it is a lot then to put that at the foot of a very small nonprofit in our community and say that you then have to rectify that in some way. If anything, we have to rectify it. We are the more powerful entity. The obligation should be on us. And to some degree, we are trying to adhere to that. We are building a very nice, fancy pool, a new pool, of which is not being paid for by Meta, to be clear. This is funds from the city. Meta said they pay for the building, but would not pay for the pool. And so we are doing our part And we have a continuing part to do as it relates to our engagement with the operator. But then again, to go to a small nonprofit in the community that has just exclusive access to a few lanes a few times a day and say, hey, there's all this history of racial discrimination when it comes to pools, you solve it, I think is a bit much, like I say, and where I part ways. But I do think that the concern is valid, and I do think that there are protections in place, and it's something that we can continue to monitor. But we should take the obligation and onus upon ourselves.
Thank you. Councilmember Dorr.
I just want to echo agreement with what Councilmember Combs shared.
Councilmember Nash, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to chime in. You don't feel the need to if you.
I will just say, I think it would be wonderful if the MPCC pool had the opportunity, people who went, who were using that pool had the opportunity to benefit from Solo's training, instruction, but I will leave it at that. I don't know how we achieve that.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. I didn't expect us to come to all like a kumbaya here. I felt like this was the conversation I didn't feel like we had 2 weeks ago. So I just appreciate our pool operators, our Solo team for allowing us this opportunity to give it the time I felt like it really needed. Given the wording of the agreement, given Sheeper's commitment to meeting not just the letter of the agreement, but the spirit of the agreement. And I think given all the eyes that are going to be on this, I think if it's not meeting where we think it's going to be meeting, you know, there will be conversations. But I think for me, I don't feel the need to actually re-agendize this item at this time. I'm comfortable with the assurances that have been given and that the operator will engage with a subcontractor at the MPCC pool that will deliver equivalent type of service that we heard all that beautiful testimony over, and that will also hopefully be tailored for the particular needs of that Belhaven community. We know it's a big ask that we're asking, but we're really pushing you to rise to that challenge, and we're confident and hopeful that you'll meet us there. So with that, I'm ready to move on from this item unless there's any further comments.
I mean, I would just add, like, I'm sorry. I would also like to see Solo at Belhaven. Like, right, I mean, I can see you were moved because obviously their community had come out and yes, I would also like to see that at Belhaven, just to be clear. I just don't want to put the burden on them that they have to be there, given, again, like they're a very small organization.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Willison. And just based on what our Assistant City Manager said, that the contract has measurable objectives, to my understanding, and meaningful consequences if they're not met, right? So, no? Well, that's the hope.
At the end of the day, I think there's mechanisms in place, and like we said, we put it out there very strongly what the expectation is. So at some point, it is what it is. Okay, where are we? So we're going to move on. Thank you again, everyone, for being here this evening. And this is what it's about, being part of a community. We got to work through these issues. All right, so we are now moving on to our city manager's report, which is section N. City Manager Murphy, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So the main thing that I'd like to emphasize is that we are in the process of trying to schedule a special city council meeting either next week or very, very early the following week for the city council to review the latest updates to the housing element that we're proposing in response to comments from the state Housing and Community Development Department. So hopefully in the next day or so, we'll have a date certain identified that works for all 5 council members. And so looking forward to being able to get that scheduled in early October.
Thank you, City Manager Murphy. We are now moving on to O, which is City Council Member Reports. I'll kick us off. I went up to Sacramento last week for the annual California League of Cities Conference with about 2,500 or so of our colleagues from throughout the state of California. I attended sessions on FLOC and ALPR, on state housing laws and the housing element with HCD, and a session on hate speech that's plaguing communities around us. I had an opportunity to meet mayors and council members from all over. So yeah, I'm just reporting out from that adventure. And I will be, I'm the vice chair of the local policymakers group for Caltrain. I will be chairing the meeting this Thursday evening. The chair will be out. And so we're going to be talking about the expected service of Caltrain when they launch their electric trains. Menlo Park is slated to have increased service, which is very exciting for those train takers. But it's just another reminder that the gates will be down more and longer. So it just highlights our need to get the grade separation issue before us. And I think that's all for now. Anyone else have any report outs? Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I have a report out a little closer to home. It was last Saturday. The city manager can correct me if I'm wrong, that the city's public works department had an open house, and it was really a great event. They had like, I don't know, probably like a dozen or so different stations set up for kids to do things and learn about all of the all of the things that the public works department does. And so my hat's off to the city staff, everyone who was involved in planning it. I think Eva Munoz, if I'm remembering correctly, was, and this has been in her head, I think, for like 3 years now. And so definitely like hats off to her. And like I said, everyone who was involved in it. It was a really great time.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Taylor. Councilmember Dorr.
Sure. I just want to give a plug for the upcoming 2nd annual Climate Summit for San Mateo County. Last year was a fantastic celebration with a fantastic speech by our own Vice Mayor Taylor. This year's theme is adaptation and equity, building power for community resilience. It will be hosted on October 11th at the South San Francisco Conference Center, Wednesday, October 11th. You can look up information online about the San Mateo Climate Summit. Thanks.
So just a plug for the Safe Routes to School Committee at Oak Knoll had a family ride to Stanford on Sunday, and it was so exciting to see so many families out and so many little kids just with so much energy pedaling and doing a fabulous job bike riding, and all of the traffic, the cars were very accommodating. It was just a really good feeling ride. And they're going to be doing this family rides once a month. This was their 2nd one. So hopefully we will get those advertised and encourage everyone to go on the rides, and they're looking to expand it. It's not just for Oak Knoll families, it's for all families in the area.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. Tomorrow evening, there's a disaster preparedness workshop hosted by CRC, MPC Ready, REPAC, and the Menlo Park Fire District. It is at Mount Olive Church at 605 Hamilton Avenue from 6 p.m. until 7:30 p.m. tomorrow. My report out is from this is a long title, the San Francisco Airport Community Roundtable Portable Noise Monitoring Placement Ad Hoc Committee. And I happen to be the chair. We met this past Friday in Redwood City, and the discussion was to review the current assignments, the locations of the monitors, and looking at actually retiring out or sunsetting monitors that have been in places for more than 10 years because they've collected the data that's needed.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. One more report out from me is that I hold quarterly in-person office hours, and I will be doing so this coming Saturday, September 30th, from 10 a.m. to noon at Cafe Baroni. I will be sitting outside. This is what I look like. Maybe I'll see you there. All right. We got another one.
I'm so
Councilmember
sorry.
Dorr.
Thank you so much. My in-person office hours, weekly office hours are restarting on Tuesday, October 10th at Woodside Bakery. I'm there from 8 to 9:30 most every Tuesday. If I'm not, I reach out to ensure that I'm there, but I am most always there. Thank you so much. Bye.
Okay, Councilmember Gomes.
Well, I'm at Cafe Zoe every Saturday at 9 a.m. and I even have a sign, and so you can't miss me.
Okay. All right. We are moving on to P. Believe it or not, the council is not done yet. So we are going to be going into closed session again. City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on the closed session items P1 and P2?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our closed session items P1 for anticipated litigation or P2 labor negotiations, if you're participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table, return to me at the clerk's desk. Participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on our closed session items P1 and P2. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. All right, the City Council will adjourn this regular meeting and reconvene in closed session. The closed session report out, if any, will occur at the October 10th City Council meeting. It is 11:48 and good night.